friends, welcome back to my channel. I'm Xoxo, this is Xoxo Tarot, and in today's pick a card reading we are doing a classic, one that we haven't done in a hot minute but that I am really excited to do. This reading is going to be all about your next or your current significant relationship. So we are going to be doing a lot today. I'm going to stand up just so that I don't get this out of frame. So I'm going to speak a little bit more quietly so I'm not like yelling in your ear. But we're doing a lot today, as you can see. So what we are going to start with, this is timeless, so it's meant for you when you find it, not when it was uploaded. We're going to start by looking at the overall dynamics and energies of this relationship. And so this is part of the energy check. Well, it really is the energy check. And what you're going to do if you're currently in a relationship is, if the energy dynamics match the relationship that you are in, match the energy of your relationship with your partner, then you've found the right reading. If they don't, I would try a different one. If this is a future relationship, this is the beauty. If the dynamics of the relationship I'm describing, you're like, no, I don't want to be in a relationship like that, you're not doomed to be in a relationship like that. In fact, you can just pick a different group, because based on what we will talk about, it will help give you the idea of the type of person you can have that relationship with, so on and so forth. So if you don't like the energy in your reading and you're not in a relationship, then just pick another group and find an energy that you do. If you don't like any of them, then this reading may not be for you, unfortunately. But after you have either confirmed the energy of the relationship you're already in or the type of relationship you want to be in, we are then going to look at who is the partner you will or do have this type of relationship with. So for those of you already in a relationship, that's going to give you extra confirmation. Yep, this is my partner, this is my person. And if you're not in one, it's going to give you an idea of who this might be or what their energy might be like. And if there are aspects of you in there, or you're like, wow, this sounds like me, it's probably because they are a lot like you. That does not mean that you're going to date yourself. The only way you're going to date yourself is if you decide that and say, oh, it's just about me, I'm going to date myself. Yeah, I mean, at that point, yeah, but otherwise, no. It is possible for people to be like you and sound like you and be a whole different person. But with that being said, after we look at those two things, we're going to go ahead and get into your tarot, the tarot of your choice. And we're going to start by looking at what is a green flag your partner will have or does have. So if you're seeing this person, this will be a sign that this is them. And if you're already with them, this will be confirmation of just an aspect of them that is wonderful and a green flag. And if you're already with them, you can feel free to sound off in the comments and be like, yep, they do this. Then we're going to look at how you will evolve together. So how will you get better and grow? Then we're going to look at what is something special / unique about this relationship that Spirit wants to highlight. I thought that would be really fun to look at. And then we're going to finish the tarot portion off by asking, how will or how do others see you as a couple? So I'm definitely intrigued by this one. And especially if you're already in this relationship, I do want to know, like, if how you see your relationship is similar to how others see it, so on and so forth. And then we're going to finish off the reading on YouTube by pulling charms. Shout out to my charm babies. You guys have been getting fed well recently. And we're going to use charms, letters, and numbers to look at signs, guidance, anything that could be relevant to you, anything that could bring you confirmation or just a greater idea of what's ahead. I thought that would be fun to finish off with. And then we are doing an extended. I did not realize you guys were missing the extended so much. It actually really warmed my heart that so many of you were asking me about them. I don't know if you've noticed, but I have not been doing them for a few months, and the break has been kind of needed, and I definitely don't think I'll be doing them at the frequency I was doing them. But every now and then, I think it will be fun. I have been talking to Vimeo. I know some of you have had issues. I've been very honest about how I feel they need to improve. But if you do have any issues, please just reach out to me, reach out to Vimeo support, reach out to both of us, honestly, and we will get you going. But I'm excited about this extended because the theme is spicy and sweet. So we are going to start by traveling to Spice Town, and we will finish our extended excursion on Sweet Beach. So we're going to start by looking at how does your physical connection deepen your bond? So how connecting physically, how does that bring you guys closer? How does that evolve the connection, or how will it if you're not with this person yet? Then we're going to look at how would/will your partner describe being intimate with you. What is it like from their perspective, or what will it be like from their perspective if that hasn't happened yet? And then we are going to ask what is/will be your partner's favorite or multiple favorite aspects of biblical relations with you. I think that's my favorite term to use that is censorship friendly. And then, so this is what's going to be in Spice Town. Then moving to Sweet Beach, we are going to look at why did/will their heart choose you. And I wanted to focus on their heart because I wanted to see what about you really moves their heart. So I'm excited to look at that one. Then we're going to look at what have or will you teach them about love by being in a relationship with them. And we're going to finish off by using channeled messages to look at what they do or they will think and feel about you when they're with you. So I'm going to use the tiny love messages that you guys love so much and I love as well, to just get some insight and ideas on what kind of goes through their mind and through their heart when they are with you, or will once they are with you. So I'm really excited. We haven't done a big juicy reading like this in a long time, so I hope you guys are excited too. We have 4 different tarot decks and stones for you to choose from today. So starting with group number 1, starting with group number 1, we are going to be using the Flower Child Tarot, and I have this Daisy Agate on top. I don't know why my voice is shaky. I probably had too much caffeine today. Excuse me. I'm also excited. And then for group number 2, we are going to be using the Santa Muerte Tarot, and I have this red Jasper heart on top. It also has the root chakra symbol on it. I love this 2 of Cups so much. I think it's probably one of my favorite depictions of it in any deck. And then for group number 3, we are going to be using the Everyday Witch Tarot, and I have this Larimar seashell on top. And then finally, for group number 4, we are going to be using the Trippin Waite Tarot, and I have this little Variscite tumbled stone on top. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. Per usual, it's absolutely okay to be drawn to more than one. The energy check will hopefully help you determine what is for you and what isn't. If you do find yourself in the partner part and you're like, I don't see how this could be another person, definitely feel free to pick another group if you want to. But I really am hoping that even if there's a lot of mirroring energy, you will still see how their energy is different or how it could be in a different person. So with that being said, intro squad, it's our time. We are going to make a wish and do a little mini reading. We haven't done a mini reading in a hot minute, but before we get into that, the question I want to ask you is, how has your healing helped others? I'm going to use a silly example of this that I didn't even realize until recently, but one of the ways in which I've healed has definitely been around advocating for my needs and also advocating for others' needs and standing up for people, standing up for myself. And a lot of that isn't like against adversity. It's more just like being honest about when something is needed. So for example, the example I was thinking of is I'm that friend now where like if we were out to dinner and they got your order wrong, I am ready to be the person that's like, oh, excuse me, like they actually ordered the side of sweet potato fries, like not the mashed potatoes. Like I'm gonna be that person. If you were too afraid to, speak up if something is wrong, like I'm gonna do that for you. If you need more time to look at the menu, I'm gonna say we need more time. Like I am more than happy to be that person for my friends that are too shy to say like, oh, I didn't want this, or oh, maybe I need more time, because I used to be that person and I just refused to watch my friends sit through a meal they didn't order and pretend like it's fine and it's okay, because like you can speak to service workers politely as a service worker, and it's not a big deal. And like, yeah, I mean, obviously don't be a Karen about it, but I'm not. I just politely say, hey, they actually ordered this. And I love doing that. It feels so good. It makes me so happy to just, you know, be the source for them to lean on, so that they don't have to put themselves in a really uncomfortable position or accept something they didn't want. So yeah, that's a small reason. I'm sure there are other big reasons, but I'd love to hear yours, whether big or small. Like, you know, how has your healing helped others? So we are making a wish on the Lover's Candle today. Great candle. Love it. Obviously kind of fits the theme here. And yeah, all candles, code ASO 10 for 10% off per usual, but we're gonna go ahead and see what oh yes, oh my gosh. Okay, we'll interpret this in a second. I love the scent of this candle, and I can't remember what it is, but I just got hit with a waft of like good smells. And we also have a little rainbow charm in here, which I really love. But if you would like to go ahead and focus your energy on the candle and just the wish you want to make first, feel free. I'm going to do the same. May yours, mine, and all of our wishes come true. Thank you so much for making a wish with me. I love when we get to make wishes together. But we have the Six of Cups here, and I just love to see it. So first of all, I feel like this is a beautiful sign for reunions in general. And the irony is like, we are here for a love reading, but I feel like specifically if there is a friend that you've been wanting to see, or a family member that you've been wanting to see, and maybe they're at a distance, this is a positive sign. I think like if you've been looking for a sign to like book that trip or to take that time off, I feel like that is a sign that the universe will support that happening, and like that's being encouraged. But I also think for some of you that are coming to this reading that do not have anyone in your life, that are wanting a partner or something like that, I feel like this is a beautiful sign that whoever this partner is, there will be a weird sense of familiarity. And it's not the same thing as feeling immediately comfortable with them. In fact, if anything, you might actually be a little bit more nervous than usual around them, because it's like there's this weirdness where it's like you feel like you know them even though you've never met them. But I also think too, you know, if you already have a partner, or there's someone that you are talking to that you are interested in, I do think you guys could be seeing one another really soon. This could also serve as a warning for some of you that maybe a past person that you do not want to interact with might be coming up in the future and bringing you the same old stuff. If they're bringing you the same old stuff and acting the same old way, I feel like you're really being encouraged to set the proper boundaries and put yourself first. Trust patterns, not please. Also, with the Six of Cups here as well, you might find that you're getting very, you're feeling a lot of nostalgia, or connecting to your inner child in powerful ways, like watching old movies or doing things that make you feel the way that you were as a child, like that sense of whimsy or that sense of like extreme presence that is not normally like, that is harder to feel when you're an adult, or be in when you're an adult, because you've got, you know, more of a linear mind and stuff. But I also see a message here that if there is someone younger than you, like a sibling, a cousin, a child that's yours, or a child that is like a family member's, I feel like this is a message of love from them about how much they look up to you, how grateful they are for your guidance and your support. I also think if you've met a mentor recently, someone that is older than you, on the flip side, someone that is older than you, I feel like this is a sign that they really believe in you. They really are excited to see your development and see your growth. And they really just feel grateful that you trust them to let them guide you. I think for everyone in general, if this isn't related to a person, then you could be finding something like a hobby, a job, an interest, something like that really resonates with your soul, and it's like a discovery moment. I know the very first tarot card I ever pulled was the Six of Cups. This is literally my favorite tarot card. And when I got my first deck, September 1st, 2019, I felt this weird, like, I just had this weird feeling in my belly. Like, I almost feel like this was meant to happen. And at the time I didn't believe in anything and was super skeptical, which skepticism isn't bad. Only when it doesn't allow you to like believe or be open to things. But skepticism is healthy. And I couldn't explain it, but I felt like I was connecting to a part of myself that I didn't know existed, or like I was reconnecting to a part of myself that I didn't know was there. And I felt correctly, like I came home to myself in a very powerful way. So I do think that there could be a series of events that lead you to a really fortunate homecoming to yourself, to parts of you that maybe you've never tapped into this lifetime, or parts of you that you are about to tap into this lifetime. And also, if there is someone already in your life that you feel a deep resonance with, that you can't quite explain, or that you just kind of wonder, like, are they a soulmate of yours? I can't tell you that for sure, but this could be a positive sign of that. I feel like especially for some of you, you've been wondering about like a friend or somebody that's like very similar to you and you can't explain it, or like you guys are just on this wavelength that you can't explain. But more than anything, this is all about reconnection, homecoming, nostalgia. A lot of beautiful, sweet things are coming to you. So, well, they should be. I mean, you came here. So I hope the sweet things keep coming. And yeah, I think that's all I have. But if you guys have any Six of Cups messages that you want to share that you got, feel free to. And yeah, that is where I am going to leave your mini message. We're going to go ahead and get into the readings now. Thank you guys so much for watching and for letting me read for you. And yeah, I will see you in your reading. Hi there, Pile 1. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Daisy Agate and the Flower Child Tarot, almost forgot the name again, this is going to be your reading, hopefully, on your current or next significant relationship. So full breakdown of the reading in the intro, but we are going to start by looking at the overall energies and dynamics of this relationship. So if you are already in one, if it matches your current relationship, this is the reading for you. If it doesn't, I'd try another. And if you are not in one yet, you have the beauty of choice. So if this relationship sounds like one you want to be in and sounds like it's for you, then this is your reading. But if it does not and you're not interested in it, please pick a different group with an energy more resonant for you. So starting with your energy dynamics, we have faith, trust your faith in this situation. We have reflection. We have Scholar of Wands, and I actually want that, which is the Page of Wands in this deck. I hope reflection is showing up. And we have improving myself for you. Okay, yay, that is all showing up. I really love this. This is the type of relationship where you're friends first and lovers second. But I mean, part of the reason why you're lovers in the first place is because of how good of friends you are. There's a beautiful innocence to this relationship where you guys are really free to explore. And it kind of actually reminds me of this really healthy type of parenting where rather than shaming a child for making a mistake or for doing something the parent doesn't quite understand, the parent instead asks questions, listens, gently redirects or communicates. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a parent, but I do see a lot of wonderful parents on the internet that parent in really great ways. And it kind of reminds me, not that you guys are parenting each other, but it kind of seems like both of you have this and I think it's actually a natural dynamic where there's this understanding of you may not always understand one another, but there's so much to learn in that process. You guys don't jump to conclusions about one another. You guys see the best in each other. And like with having this have faith here, you assume good intent. And you also, instead of placing blame or getting mad or jumping to conclusions quickly, you ask each other questions, because there are going to be times where you say things or do things differently. And rather than asking, like getting frustrated or getting snippy, you ask questions, or you're like, why do you do that? Or you have a conversation about something. But I feel like there's this beautiful aspect of you guys where you really feed off of each other's energy. One of the defining aspects of this relationship that I think is really cool is that you will have, number one, shared interests that you already love. But number two, I think that you guys will also introduce each other to interests you've already had and then create more things to bond over. This is a very intellectually stimulating connection, but it's also one that encourages the both of you to explore and change and grow without any pressure. This is the type of relationship where you don't have to ask your partner what they would think if you dyed your hair blue and cut it all off. You would just dye your hair blue and cut it all off, and they would be like, oh, I like your hair. Like, they love what makes you happy, and vice versa. There's this real beautiful innocence and purity to how you guys love each other, where you know that the decisions that you make and the ways in which you express yourself and the interests that you have are all just extensions of you. And not only that, but it's natural for humans to change and evolve over time. And so every change that you guys experience, there's an understanding of, oh, this is just a new version of my partner, and I love that. I also feel like this is the type of relationship where you both focus on validating one another and reaching an understanding, even when there might be miscommunication or insecurity or uncertainty. And don't get me wrong, like any relationship, there will be, you know, certain aspects of discord or certain aspects of, oh, we really need to grow here. But the beautiful thing about this is that both of you want to be better. There's something naturally encouraging about this relationship, where it's almost like this relationship is fertilizer for your spirits, where you both want to be better for the other. And so certain aspects of self-improvement that maybe you've had a hard time doing on your own become almost effortless with them by your side. Maybe it's because they're in it with you, or because, you know, maybe yours or their motivation for improving these things was coming from a place of shame. And because you don't really, that's a big thing, you don't feel shame around each other, it creates this pathway of making change from a place of love and care and the desire to grow. And that is a really big thing. This relationship is shameless. And I think that when there are feelings of shame in either of you, you call them out and laugh at them and take their power away. Not laugh at each other, but laugh at the idea of shame, that shame could touch you. You guys can be silly and goofy and gross and weird. You guys can burp in front of each other. I mean, like, any boundaries you set, I think, will be honored. But like, you guys, like, this is the type of relationship where you're really comfortable around each other, and it doesn't create like, it doesn't turn either of you off. If anything, it just creates an environment of real comfort. And I honestly wouldn't even be shocked if one or both of you grew up in environments that were either really strict, or you had certain caregivers that would fly off the handle easily, or were just very critical. And so there's something very liberating about this relationship, where you just know that you have each other's backs, and there's a lot of mirroring and validation between the two of you, where you reflect the best aspects of each other, are patient with each other when there's things that when there's aspects of self that maybe cause discord or cause chaos or conflict or something like that, you're present with one another. And, you know, like any relationship, there will be times where your own insecurities kind of arise. And in those times, I know that you guys are gonna, both of you are going to like make these decisions of, I don't think this is true, I think this is my insecurity, or I don't think this person would do that. And every single time you do that and choose to trust and have faith in them, you will see that follow through. You guys are constantly learning more about each other, and there's this beautiful This relationship is a catalyst for expansion, exploration, and growth. I wouldn't be shocked if you guys become really passionate about travel. This reminds me of a caduceus, so I don't know if maybe you guys share like medical interests, or if you both have like both work in medical fields or something like that. You certainly don't have to. But I do think that you guys are kind of just two peas in a pod. You guys are intertwined, and you just feel this sense of resonance and this sense of home and comfortability with them, where, you know, you can let your hair down, take your bra off. If anyone there wears a bra, you know, you might be a free the nipple home. Who knows? It's just like anything goes except for what doesn't make y'all feel good and what doesn't make y'all feel loved. And I think that there is a natural evolution between the two of you where you learn what makes the other feel loved and also explore aspects of love that you never got to before. If you are someone that you recognize you're uncomfortable with intimacy, that is something that is going to really heal in this relationship, where you realize that intimacy doesn't have to be like constantly intense. It can be as simple as just letting your walls down around another person and just letting yourself be seen as you are, and realize that that version of you is not only acceptable, but it's loved even more. I also think that you guys will just find a lot of energy and passion and motivation with each other. I do think travel will be a part of this connection. And I also think that you guys will shed a lot of unwanted baggage, wounding, belief systems that you don't want to have anymore. I also think you guys are going to really challenge one another in healthy ways when a perspective maybe isn't helpful, or when you have a belief about yourself that isn't true. I definitely think that there is a balanced level of expectation around what you expect of each other in terms of how you treat yourselves. And it's like low self-esteem isn't allowed to exist in this relationship. And when it's there, you snuff it out together. And I think that there's just a really beautiful like safety with one another, where you know that even if you don't always understand one another's process, even if you don't always understand like how things work, you get there and you realize like how worth it was to put your heart on the line to let someone else hold it, because you realize that, you know, sometimes someone else's hands can be even more tender and gentle than your own. Actually, one couple this is reminding me of, which like I'm not going to say that it's like this couple because I don't know what they are like in real life, but just there's this couple that actually the woman usually has blue hair. They're British, I think, and she has ADHD. And they make a lot of videos about like dating with ADHD. And I just think they're really sweet and I really love their videos. I don't know what they're called, but feel free to tag them. And just what about them that I was thinking of within this spread is just, you know, there's a lot of examples of like the videos they share where, you know, one partner will be very inquisitive or the other partner will be like, yeah, no, that's not going to work because this. And the other partner, you know, shows how they've learned to anticipate the other's needs or what certain things mean. Like 5 minutes means like an hour, you know, certain things like that. Like you guys will learn how the other works and understand each other's quirks. And I think there's just a really sweet, like, yeah, sure, there might be certain aspects that are annoying, but like, who cares? Let's just let it go. Like, I love being with you. I love being around you. And once you learn what certain things mean and how the other works, it just makes everything easier because you just know what's up and you know it's not malicious or something like that, you know? You guys truly do have the best intentions for each other. And I think that also you inspire the other to grow in ways you wouldn't be confident enough to on your own. Well, I guess I don't want to say that. Maybe you could on your own, but I feel like the ability to trust and courage over fear is so much stronger with each other because you guys are literally each other's biggest cheerleaders and you believe in the other and their success is your success and you want to see them succeed. You want others to see and recognize how wonderful they are and vice versa. Like there's so much room for celebration of the other and admiration of each other's gifts and what you bring to the table and a lot of love, a lot of passion. And honestly, if you are not the type of person to be very physically affectionate, that might change with this relationship. If you're not the type of person to be very like mushy gushy lovey dovey, that might change with this relationship, because it's actually very easy with this person. Maybe not. For some of you might be like, that doesn't work for me. And where I would say that is true is if the other person is that way too, and how you grow together, like that just doesn't manifest. But I feel like for some of you, you're gonna discover these parts of yourselves that are way more like touchy-feely and like soft and emotional, and you might feel gross and weird about it at first, but you're gonna realize how much they love it, and receiving it back I think is also gonna feel really good, unless it doesn't, and then they're gonna be like, then they will stop. But I feel like for a lot of you, aspects of how you love might change in ways that surprise you, because it just took being around the type of person that made it feel safe to love that way for you to even realize that about yourself. So I definitely think that this is a really beautiful connection, and I love this. I love this so much. Like, I stand this relationship for sure. So let's see who you can have this type of relationship with, or who your partner is. And if you do see yourself in here, that's totally fine, but that doesn't mean you're in a relationship with yourself. That's not what this is about. Another person can resonate with your energies, but yeah, these are just going to be the energies of who your partner is. Even if it sounds like you, it doesn't mean it is you inherently. But that being said, we have the first house. We have the Seven of Pentacles, and it says, "It is what it is." We have companionship with a Libra moon. And we have Border Collie, dynamic, smart, determined. Okay, is that on the screen? Yes. So I'm going to list some signs here, but that doesn't mean that they have these signs or that they have to have these signs. It's more about the energies being expressed. But this person could have a stellium in their first house. They could have Aries placements, or they could have Libra placements, specifically a Libra moon. Maybe they have a Libra moon in their first house, or something like that. This is somebody who is a bit contradictory, but I really like their energy. Actually, when I was getting ready to do their reading, I was hearing two different songs off of the Key Glock and Young Dolph album, Dumb and Dumber 2. And it was specifically more towards this person's energy. And the two songs were What You See Is What You Get and In Glock We Trust. And I really liked those energies. Specifically the lyrics in Glock We Trust, there's like this one part that's like, "You think you the shit, I'd be like, yeah, so what?" And that really made me feel like this person, which is kind of ironic because they're not always like that. And then also in the other song, "I know you've heard all about me, what you see is what you get." And I really do think that's how this person is. They are very transparent and straightforward. And if you are not in their inner circle, they may be less focused on how they come across. They may be less worried about what people think of them. And they do sometimes have a tendency to rub people the wrong way. Not in a that's what she said way, but in a metaphorical way. They are funny, they are silly, but they have a very dynamic personality, as we see here with Border Collie. And it actually makes me think too of, like some people who are like afraid of dogs, and there's like a really hyper dog around, they might like kind of, be like afraid or be like, kind of restrained or reserved. And the only way that I can describe it is that I feel like for some people, they don't know how to handle this type of person because they are so brazen and straightforward that it's like almost shocking to them. Like they have to clutch their pearls a little bit. And it's a little bit, if they're people that, kind of run on like a certain persona or certain, way of presenting themselves, it might be a little bit like jarring to them. But this person doesn't have bad intentions. In fact, I feel like this person has really good intentions and they care a lot. But at the same time, I feel like they are a recovering people pleaser. And the thing about them is that I feel like they almost overcompensate for how much they care about what other people think by realizing that people pleasing is a trap. I'll get there. But I do think that as they've grown as a person, and by the time they're your partner for sure, they do have a much stronger sense of self-esteem. They also have a much stronger IDGAF attitude around how people perceive them. But that does not extend to people in their close circle. So for example, when it comes to you, when it comes to family members, when it comes to close friends, they really care about how they're perceived there. That has not changed. What they've learned to let go of is more so people that don't really matter. They don't need to explain themselves for. Because this person does have a lot to give, a huge personality, and they are very witty and bright and fun. And the thing is that they seem like a very independent person, but at the same time, they are very needy. And I don't think needy is necessarily a bad thing. People say it like it's a bad thing, but as a Libra rising with a Pisces stellium, sometimes being like needy is fun sometimes. Thank God I have Aries and Virgo to balance it out though, I will say. Because it can be hard. Neediness can be hard. And I feel like they definitely hide their neediness. But they will slowly stop hiding that with you. And they will kind of love how you guys are able to just get so close. Like, this person is definitely guilty of keeping people on the periphery because they don't want to be exposed to that vulnerability within them that needs, especially if it's someone that hurts them. So with you, like, they're going to be the type of partner, or they are the type of partner that does not ever put themselves first without thinking of you. And it's kind of ironic because, like, I was just talking about how, like, you could really do whatever you want and the other person is going to be like, oh, cool, that's that decision. I do think that this, that your partner is going to be very, like, partnership focused. They are hyper independent until someone has their heart, until they are emotionally attached to someone, and then I becomes we so easily. And you will be a great source of their joy and their happiness, and also a source of support for them to feel more confident in their personality. Because one thing that they're going to realize is that they can be all of themselves around you, and that's really comforting to them. They're also going to be someone who you don't have to question what they mean or what their intentions are. Like, you know, what you see is what you get, quite literally. They're not trying to be anything other than who they are. The only thing they try to do is to be the best version of themselves for you and to try to do things that make you happy, because that really feels good. They're going to make it very clear, I think actually even early on into your relationship, like how much they love spending time with you. And I think that quality time is going to be very important for them. Like, they want to know your opinions on the most random of things. They want to, like, talk about everything in the world with you. And the fact that we have smart here, like, it doesn't shock me that it's here, because I was saying you guys do have an intellectual connection, and that is very stimulating for the both of you. I think that this is going to be someone that loves to talk to you, wants to talk to you a lot. However, that form of communication might be different. So, you know, they might not be a huge texter, but maybe they love talking on the phone or talking to you in person. I'm definitely think talking in person is the most preferred, but for some of you, this could be the type of person that, you know, if you're not around each other, they still want to be texting you or FaceTiming you or calling you. Like, they are going to make it very clear, like, they're into you, and they're not going to hide it, because I think one of the cool things about this person is that even though they are at times afraid of disappointing people or afraid of rejection, that doesn't stop them from taking action, because ultimately they know it is what it is. And I think one of the things that's really cool about them too is that they do have a good sense of humor, and they find the humor in the things that suck. I also think that they are someone who, oh, I forgot to change this to group 1. This is group 1. Most of you probably didn't even notice that, but I did. They have reached a healthy level of self-acceptance, but it's not to the point where they're like, well, this is just how I am. They are still trying to constantly grow and improve, but they've learned to release self-flagellation and, like, beating themselves up. In fact, I actually think just being in a relationship with you is something that will be very profound for their self-esteem, because they'll be like, if I can pull a baddie like group 1, I'm doing all right. I also think though that for some of you, it might be a bit awkward at first for them to learn how to be a we. And by that I mean to go from just thinking of themselves to them and another person. And in those moments, you might feel like, oh, did I make a mistake? Are they not really interested in me? Or like, are they being fake? And what you're going to find is like, first of all, ask them those questions. They're not going to be offended. If anything, they might be hurt sometimes because they're like, oh, I didn't express enough, like how I'm interested in you. But they're also going to be, this is someone that knows how to say I'm sorry. And to be like, oh, I didn't realize it was coming off that way. This was my intention. And how can I improve that? Like, they really are someone who is like, how can I improve? And they also make the most out of disappointing experiences and scenarios. They always see the best in you, and they do try to see the best in others. And actually, one interesting thing is that this person might even be oblivious to when other people aren't fond of them. And usually other people won't be fond of them because their personalities just don't gel, or they fall into that category I was talking about earlier where they're like pearl clutching because your person is just so like, hey, here I am, this is me. I'm group one's partner and this is what I'm about. I definitely think they could be very athletic or just very energetic in general. I mean, I'm pretty sure border collies are very energetic. If any of you have one, I guess you can tell me. They do not give up though. So like, I honestly wouldn't be shocked if for some of you, this person pursues you. Like, even if you said, you know, I'm not ready for a relationship, they might be like, that's fine, I still want to hang out. Like, that's fine, I still want to get to know you. They are somebody who definitely livens the energy in the room. And if you are someone who is, I won't say that this person is a morning person. I do think for some of you, they very much are. But for others, it's like when they do wake up, they're ready to go. Like, it reminds me of kids where it's like, when they fall asleep, they fall hard and fast, and then when they wake up, it is chaos hours again. Like, they have a lot of energy, even for their age, and people might even say like, wow, you have a lot of energy for your age. They don't give up though, and they are somebody who will support your wildest dreams. They are determined to accomplish their own, and I also think that they just bring enthusiasm into whatever they do. That you can, your dreams, your secrets, and your wishes are safe with them because they're always going to support them. They're going to protect your secrets with their life. And they're also going to do whatever they can to protect you and care for you. And I think one big thing about this as well is that this is not somebody who holds grudges. You know, if there is conflict or misunderstanding, they're going to get over it really fast. You know, if you say or do something, if you make a mistake, if you hurt them, they are not going to hold on to that and hold it over your head. They're going to forgive you, and they're going to be like, you know what? Like, there's growing and learning in this. They find ways to make things okay. Like, they find ways to grow and learn and to not repeat situations. They are a bit of like the party is here kind of energy. And I do think they can be stubborn at times, but they're only stubborn because they see things a certain way. And I think that they are willing to shift it if their perspective, if there's a differing perspective from someone they respect. So someone like you, they would be willing to listen to. And I do kind of want to call out that the section of Earth that we see here, we have North, South, and Central America here. So you guys could be from any of these countries. Maybe you guys are from different countries. I just heard Guam, and I'm like, bro, that's in Asia. That's not even over here. But you know, Guam, North, South, Central America, and Guam could be significant places. We also have the number 39, so they could be 39 years old. They could be born in 1993. They could be born on March 9th or September 3rd. They could be a life path 1 or a life path 7. We do have the number 7 twice, so July 7th, actually it was just July 7th 2 days ago, so that could have been significant in some sort of way. I do think though, like, while they do have a really intense and distinct personality, they do know how to work well with others, and that is something that they've had to grow and learn how to do. But they have learned that over time. They're always learning. Also, I just felt called to like list a country from each of these. Well, I guess technically Central America is part of North America, but I felt called to call out Central America itself, but the country in South America that was getting the biggest is Chile. That's the one that wanted to come through. But I also have to shout out Brazil, because like, I love Brazil. I want to go to Brazil so badly. Central America, I was hearing Belize and Honduras. And North America, I mean, let's be real. Wait, is it? Well, okay, no, Central America isn't a continent. Wait, is Central America part of South America or North America? I don't know, but like Canada, Mexico, USA, big ones. And obviously there could be countries outside of that, but I just was feeling really called to list those. Argentina as well. I want to visit all these places. I also think they're just very playful and fun. They know how to keep things light, and if you like, watch out when you're sad or really disappointed, because they're gonna make you laugh anyway. They're gonna do anything to put a smile on your face, and even if like it doesn't really help or change things, they're always gonna want to try to make your day a little brighter and a little lighter. And like, one thing I will say about them is that every time they see you, they're gonna have the biggest smile on their face, and like, I'm grinning from ear to ear right now just thinking about it. It's so cute. Like, they're just going to adore hanging out with you and love how they can be themselves with you. And I would definitely say with the first house, like, they could definitely have a very attractive body, or they could be very athletic, very physical, or just very, they take care of themselves and they're very focused on that. So let's go ahead and start shuffling your tarot. The tarot that you chose. And if you didn't check out the intro, let's talk about ways to support if you enjoy me. Number one, let in the ads play for only 30 seconds. Only 30 seconds is more than enough. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me. Liking the video is super helpful. But also, we are doing an extended. It is going to be spicy and sweet. So if you want to check that out, I haven't done one in quite a while. So, you know, if you want to check that out, feel free. I do my best to make them as affordable as possible. You know, we're going to be looking at things about your spicy connection, which I can see is going to be quite fun. We're going to be doing things like how physically connecting deepens your bond, or will deepen your bond if you haven't been with them that way yet. We're also going to look at like how they would describe being intimate with you, like what their favorite aspect of biblical relations is with you. We're also going to look at like why their heart chose you, what you will teach them about love or have taught them about love if you're already together, and what they will think and feel about you when they're around you, or what they already do. And we're going to use channel messages from this deck for that. So I'm really excited. I think it's going to be fun. And I'm grateful, like, some of you guys like asked for the Ascendants back, and I'm so grateful. Like, I didn't realize you guys love them that much. I love them too, but it's been kind of nice to have a break from them, and I don't think I'm going to do them at the same frequency that I used to, but who knows? Maybe I'll change my mind. I don't know. I just feel like there's lots of changes, so you never know. You never know what might be coming around, but thank you for being here and for letting me hype myself up, because you know what? I work hard, and if I don't hype myself up, who will? Well, you guys, but so thank you for those of you that do. But anyway, we're going to start by looking at what's a green flag this person will have, your partner will have, or already does have. So for those of you already in this relationship, this is more so confirmation, and I guess maybe share your 2 cents on how it manifests in your relationship if you want. But for those of you that are not in this relationship yet, like, or haven't even met this person yet, or need confirmation, this green flag could be something that just lets you know, like, oh, okay, this is the type of person that Asa was describing. So what is a green flag in group number one's current or future partner? Oh, okay. So we have the 5 of Wands, and actually I want to, oh, no, they're not afraid of conflict. But here's the thing. They don't use conflict in a way that is toxic or aggressive. They are actually they're very, I'm trying to pull it in the best word to describe this. They are, number one, very sensitive to your relationship to conflict. Like you know, if you're a more avoidant person, one green flag in them is that they're not going to let you avoid things. But at the same time, they're also going to face things with you and not expect you to do things you're uncomfortable with. They're going to want to work in your favor and in ways that work for you. But also, they're not afraid to talk about awkward or uncomfortable things. Really, nothing is off limits in terms of discussion here. And they're also not afraid to be told how they need to improve. I also think a green flag in them is that they will recognize that other people want you, and they will never punish you for that. They're not the type of person, even if they feel jealousy, they're not going to punish you for that jealousy or act in petty ways. They're going to say, I feel kind of jealous. That person was giving you a lot of attention and I felt jealous about it. But also, they are someone who has the ability to name the conflicting energies within them. So an example of that would be like, I really want to spend time with you tonight. It's all I've been thinking about, but also I have this project due and I know I need to do that. And like, but I really don't want to do that. And also there's a part of me that feels like, you know, maybe it can just wait. But another part of me wonders, what if that is irresponsible or not good to do? They have this really healthy ability to be self-aware and describe all these aspects within them. And I feel like they'll share that with you and actually really look for your opinions, your guidance, and your support. And I'm just like, what do you think I should do here? Like they want your input. I also think that when you bring something to the table or ask them a question, even if it's something they might be uncomfortable with, they are going to parse out specifically what they're aware of and what's going on within them. So, you know, if you're like, hey, you know, you've been kind of distant lately, what's that about? They're going to go into everything. And some of it might not be comfortable to hear sometimes. Like they might be like, yeah, I've been kind of mulling over, you know, the discussion we had and it's kind of made me feel insecure. So I've kind of been holding back, but also at the same time, like I've just been kind of overwhelmed in my head. Like they'll just let you know everything. I also think that they are competitive, but they're not toxically competitive. Like they're not going to want to win at all costs. I feel like actually, if anything, one green flag about them is that if you're not a really competitive person, they're going to tone down their competitiveness in order to like make you more comfortable. I also think that this is someone who doesn't have a problem standing up for people that they love. So they will stand up for you. Like if someone was talking badly about you to them behind your back, they're not going to like be fake and agree. They're going to be like, why would you say that about my partner? Like that they'll actually get really defensive. But also at the same time, you know, if you're someone who they're not going to like fight someone in public, they could definitely be very menacing if someone rubs them the wrong way or insults someone that they love. But also at the same time, if you were someone who was like, you know, just let it go, like it doesn't matter, they're going to let it go. Like they're not going to be someone who lets their emotions get the best of them and make you uncomfortable or embarrass you or make you feel like, you know, you can't come to them with something because you aren't sure how they'll react. And they'll probably be honest with you. They'll be like, listen, I'm really mad and like I want to, you know, key that person's car, but I'm not going to because you don't want me to. And I understand that, you know, we can hang out more if I'm not in prison. So I'm not going to do that. But honestly, I'm really mad right now. And the whole way home, they might tell you about what fantasies they have about doing to that person that made them angry. But they're not going to do it. And they have the ability to talk themselves off a ledge. And I definitely think that they will always fight for your honor and they will always like stand up for you. And they'll also encourage you to embrace conflict, not as a way to like make things interesting or like fight for the sake of it, but rather, you know, conflict that creates discord between the two of you, that creates disconnection and a lack of closeness, they're going to push you to face it with them because they want to be close to you. They want things to be good. They want things to work. And they want you to talk about your discomfort with it. They want to know why. They want to know how they can help and support you. If you need space, they're going to let that happen. If you need time, they're going to let that happen. If you need to write things down instead of speak them, they're going to accept that. Like they're willing to work with you. The only thing they're not willing to work with is you being unwilling to work with them at all. And that's where they might be like, okay, well then I can't do anything. And we're at an impasse here. But, I also think that one really cute thing is that they might try to hold back their enthusiasm for you because they don't want to scare you away. But they feel a lot, and it's a really sweet thing. And depending on who you are, because like I feel like for some of you, you guys have like cat energy, so they might have to build up that sort of like, you might have to build up comfortability with the way that they express affection, but even if it goes against natural instincts, they will always fight to be better, and I think that's really sweet. So let's see how you'll evolve together. How will group 1 and their current or future partner evolve together in this relationship? I think that you guys will have much healthier mindsets, and you will also develop really strong communication skills. Communication skills that will really help you in all areas of life, and also be less emotionally attached to how the outside world perceives you, because you feel safe at home. You feel safe in this connection, and it not only helps you improve communication with other loved ones, but it also helps you have a healthy detachment to people are allowed to not like me, or I don't care if this person doesn't like what I have to say, I'm gonna say it anyway, or I don't care if I make a fool out of myself speaking up, I can go home and my partner will make me feel better about it. I feel like you guys are gonna, like, this connection is going to ask both of you to expand how you communicate and speak in ways that maybe are uncomfortable or that require truths that maybe you've never spoken out before. And what you realize is that not only helps you both mature, but it also gives you guys the confidence and the courage to communicate more, even if it's messy and uncertain, because that's what leads to clarity, and that clarity leads to wisdom, and that wisdom leads to increased confidence in the unknown, in your uncertainties, and in yourself, so that no matter what reactions you get in the outside world, whatever whatever happens, you have this healthy level of detachment where, oh, I made a mistake, or oh, I don't think I communicated successfully with this person. It's going to make you very forthcoming in ways where people are a little bit taken aback, but at the same time, it doesn't bother you if it's not received well. It's just like, yeah, okay. It's just this really healthy level of like, I can handle what comes my way, and I'm not responsible for the reactions of others. I can only be responsible for my actions, and I had good intentions here, or it's not my fault that other people aren't ready to bring the truth to the table that I am. I feel like both of you will mature a lot, and ways in which your mind might ruminate, especially when it comes to fears or insecurities, I just feel like that is going to dissipate a lot, and it's going to be really easy to let go of them because you have another person there to counteract a lot of the insecurities that you may experience or have. And so you have literal evidence that you don't need to hold them anymore and that there isn't truth in them. And that's going to free you both a lot. I also think like you guys as well might write together, or if like writing or speaking, public speaking even, might be something that you evolve in together. And I also think that you guys are going to get a lot better at tuning into your emotional states and expressing your needs without feeling embarrassment or shame, and just developing the skill as well to consciously tune into yourself without needing like, distress or an intense emotional experience to get you to wake up to yourself. It's really healthy. And I also think too, you guys are going to learn healthy detachment as well. Like if there are any codependent patterns between the two of you, I do think they are going to be worked out over time, and you guys are going to have this deep level of respect. And I think one beautiful thing as well is that you're going to respect yourselves a lot, and that's going to lead to a lot of just like healthy interaction with each other that feels really good. Okay. So what is something special or unique about this relationship that you want to highlight to group number 1? The way that you guys balance each other out and the way that you guys work better together, like you guys have a really beautiful level of synergy. And there's this nurturing aspect of the relationship where there's a lot of like dynamic and powerful young energies, but when you're together, I feel like there's this beautiful ability for the both of you to exhale and just feel really nurtured by one another. You balance each other out really well, and I feel like with the Chariot here, you guys will help each other accomplish goals, and you will move forward in life so much faster than you would on your own. And it's not that you couldn't on your own. It's just that it's made me think of Zack and Wheezy from Dragon Tales. I mean, even though they're siblings, and y'all are not, it's like 2 heads are better than 1. And you guys just give each other the confidence and the courage and the emotional nourishment needed to know that it's okay to try, to know that it's okay to see where things lead. And I feel like in general, you guys will be very successful together, because like the confidence that you inspire in the other, the level of balance you bring to each other's lives, it's just like everything flows more smoothly. The one thing I will say though that like kind of sucks about this is just that time will really fly together and you will have a lot of fun. So I think if there's anything, it's like you have such a great time together, it seems like there's never enough of it. But also at the same time, it's like things get done so much more quickly. So pros and cons to it for sure, but even the con is still something really beautiful. Like, how wonderful is it just to love spending time with someone so much that just things feel really good and you just feel nurtured and emotionally safe. And also, your negative emotions are not going to be judged or taken personally by either of you. You're going to be like, oh, you're feeling crabby today? That's okay. What do you want to do? Do you want me to leave you alone? Do you want to cuddle? Do you want to like... It's just presence and validation and witnessing in ways that are really beautiful and I love to see. So let's see how others will see you as a couple or do see you as a couple if you're already together. So how will people see group number 1 and their current or future partner as a couple? I feel like, first of all, so many people are going to be like, I would have never pictured you two together. And I also think people are not going to recognize all of the magic and specialness in this relationship. I don't know if you guys are just around people that are too focused on themselves or what it is, because you guys seem to have dynamic energies on your own, but when you're together, you almost fly under the radar. Maybe that's because like you guys are so tuned into each other. It's like, oh, well, when group number 1 and their partner are around, good luck getting their attention, because they're just going to be hanging out with themselves. They might kind of see you guys as a bit recluse, or like, oh, they're always with each other. Like if you can't get a hold of group 1, it's probably because they're with their partner. But also at the same time, I think people will see that you guys have healed and that you both, and I think that this is less as a couple and more so just the people in your lives will notice that both of you are calmer and both of you are like more relaxed. And I also think that people are going to feel really relaxed in your presence. Like, you know, if you've ever third wheeled with a couple that fights all the time, you know how like stressful that can be. I feel like other people are going to feel really chill in your presence and are going to have and I wouldn't even say like they're going to have a lot of fun. They just feel like they don't have to like worry or, you know, they can just hang out. Like, I feel like a lot of people are going to see you guys as a really chill couple. But I think that also people aren't really going to see a lot of the like romance and love and like depth that is in this relationship, because I think a lot of that is shared between the two of you and not necessarily between other people. And in fact, I feel like some people might be like, you know, why are you with your partner? Like, it doesn't seem like they, you know, do a whole lot. And you'd be like, there's a lot you don't see. Like, there's a reason why we spend all the time together. I feel like definitely other people are going to see your relationship is very solid. And I think that, you know, I've talked about conflict in this reading. I feel like people will be shocked that you ever have conflict at all, because it's going to seem like you guys never fight. And truthfully, I feel like you guys really aren't going to fight very much. And if you do have conflict, like, you're going to wait for an appropriate time and place to bring it up. Like, you're not going to be fighting in the middle of a rehearsal dinner at a wedding and like making everything awkward. You know what I mean? People feel relaxed around you, and to the point where your relationship might seem unassuming, but the real magic of it is seen between the two of you. And I think if anything, people just recognize that you guys don't seem to be toxic. And if you've had toxic relationships in the past, or they have, the people around you are going to acknowledge that like, oh, you're different in this relationship. They're different in this relationship. And that I feel like they're going to be really happy about that. So we are going to go ahead now and pull charms and letters and numbers to just look at significant aspects of this relationship, you know, any names, numbers, symbols, signs, guidance, all of that is going to be done here. So I'm going to pull letters and numbers first. What letters and numbers are significant with number 1 and their partner? Bring confirmation, synchronicity. Okay. And now I'm going to pull charms. If you have headphones in, please turn them down because they are kind of loud. So I'm going to do that now. And my eyes are closed, by the way. Group number 1, your partner. What signs and symbols are significant to this relationship, please? Okay. Ooh, all right. I am going to show this and then I'm going to take it off camera, but the devil came out, but it was kind of in reverse. So I definitely feel like Spirit is really kind of highlighting the fact that you guys are really going to help one another break free of a lot of unhealthy habits and patterns. This relationship is liberating. It's not confining and trapping, and unhealthy habits or patterns that you've wanted to release will be released through this relationship. Okay, let's see what the other card is. The Page of Wands again. Yeah, this relationship is going to keep y'all young. Like, you guys are going to have a lot of fun together, and I think that there's just going to be a lot of healthy dynamic communication between the two of you. Like, you're going to enjoy talking to each other, and that's definitely going to be one sign about this person is, like, you guys are never going to run out of things to talk about. And it's going to be really fun and easy to talk to each other. Like, conversation just flows, but you're also comfortable with quietness. I also think that you guys are going to really love going on adventures together, whether they're just, you know, down the street or across the world. I think you guys are going to have a great time together and keep one another feeling young. We also have a bow here. So I do feel like you guys are going to tap into your gifts with each other. I also think, though, you guys will bring a polished aspect to each other where you just are more refined with each other, and the gifts you already have get stronger. It's like you become more eloquent, you become more sure of yourself. We also have the butterfly here. So yeah, definitely transformations for the two of you, and the fact that it's green, like heart transformations for sure. I definitely think you guys are going to love how you both evolve, and you're both going to feel more free to spread your wings, and I think that's really beautiful. Like, there's a lot of safety in this reading where, in this relationship where you just don't have to hide what you're becoming. You're not falling in love with a version of yourselves. You're falling in love with your spirits, and however that evolves, they're happy to have you, that version of you in their life. We also have wake up, sleep, survive, repeat. So during times, first of all, I think during times that, you know, life is just really intense and you're in survival mode, I do think that this relationship will be kind of a saving grace and something that, you know, maybe helps you get out of survival mode. Like, you know, maybe it's not that you're trying to survive, but maybe just you've lost your spark or just lost that passion for life. And I definitely think your relationship is going to help do that. And whenever you fall into a pattern like that, the other's going to help you get out of it. Like, you guys are definitely going to keep things fresh and fun. And I definitely don't think you guys are going to fall into ruts. Whatever patterns need switching up, you'll get there eventually. And I will say that it's possible too that maybe you'll meet this person when you're in a place where life is really monotonous and it kind of comes as a surprise, or maybe you'll meet them when you step out of, if you haven't met them yet, when you step out of just doing the same thing every day, changing things, choosing to download that app, choosing to go on that trip, choosing to take that different route from work, choosing to put yourself out there in a new way. Like, that could be the thing that brings you and this person together. Wow, the time is now. So if there's anything you've been wanting to do with this person or been wanting to talk to this person about, I feel like Spirit is saying that, is encouraging you to do that. But also I feel like at the same time, if you feel like this person If you know this person, you're not in a relationship with them yet, I feel like Spirit is saying like now is the time to or just validating that what you're feeling now is true. I think I said if you're already in a relationship with them, if there's something you wanted to bring up or talk about or go after, definitely tell them. And also I think that if you feel like you're about to meet someone, I think Spirit is saying that you're right. But I also think in a greater aspect of this, when you are with them, it goes back to what I was kind of saying about how like time goes really quickly, but it's not really like, you're not really tuned into time when you're with them. It kind of reminds me of being on psychedelics, and I'm not encouraging that you do them, but like if you've ever been on them, you'll know that like time is very different when you're on them, and you can be like, how is only like 4 minutes passed? Well, I guess it's kind of the inverse thing there, where like, but at the same time it's like you don't, anyway, time just kind of feels different when you're together, and you may kind of forget it exists, and it might kind of blow your mind like how time works differently when you're around them. You might just be kind of shocked. We also have this little clear charm, so I definitely think clarity is going to be a big part of this relationship. It's also making me think of that Zed song, Clarity. I don't know if that's relevant to you, but it is a bop. But it's also iridescent, so I do think there's a lot of magic in the clarity that you have with one another, where you just really see through one another and allow your souls to shine, and it just feels safe. Like there's transparency, clarity here. We also have a guitar, so, or is that a bass? I don't know. I guess it could be a guitar or a bass. So music could be something that you share. Maybe one or both of you play guitar or play bass, or maybe Guitar Hero, like the video game or something like that, is significant. Or maybe rock music is significant in some sort of way. We also have this dime, so I definitely think you guys are going to be highly attracted to one another and see one another as a dime piece. And the fact that we have Liberty on here, Merca, I do think that there's a lot of freedom in this relationship to be yourselves and to grow and explore and expand. Let me see what the date is on here. Is it really 1976? Yeah, looks like it is. So the year 1976 could be significant, but I was also thinking like maybe 70s bands or 80s bands could be really significant, or 60s bands, like around that time. But also, you know, this is change, and I do think that there will be a lot of change in this relationship, but it's change for the better that you feel really grateful about and grateful for. We also have Pisces here, so I definitely think you're going to be really tuned into one another all the time. Your intuitive gifts might expand as you grow and evolve together, but also Pisces placements or energies could be significant, you know, like that March 9th. You know, that could be something, or Pisces season could be significant. That could be a significant event. But I also think that there's just like a lot of love for the other, and you guys are going to be really tuned into each other's states and be able to know, like, you guys might even have like your own language, like you just know how to communicate to each other even non-verbally, which is really cool. So we also have the letter I. So letter I could be significant, but I also see this as a sign that there's a lot of self-love that will be cultivated through this relationship and appreciation for who you are. We also have Q, we have L. I also thinking of IQ, like maybe you guys will bond over your IQs or something. Long Island as well is something I was hearing. We have S. And I think that this is a broken F, which I actually think like maybe it's symbolic of like things you used to care about you won't anymore. Definitely gonna take that out though. We have an M or a W, however you want to look at that. We also have a T. Also just heard tails never fails, so maybe this person or you always pick tails when a coin is tossed, even though this one came out on heads, huh? But maybe you're just two sides of the same coin. We also have an H, so quilting in some way could be significant. We also have the number 7, the number 0, a 6 or a 9, however you want to look at that, and a 2. So 27, 72, 92, 69, 62, all of that could be significant. 2002, 2007, 2009, apartment 209, 207, 902. Maybe it could be a area code, or, you know, the number of a country, something like that. Wait, is this an I or an H? I guess it could be two. I guess it could also be an I. I think it's an H though. I don't know. But group 1. I am gonna go ahead and move over to your extended now. So if you are leaving me here, which is fine, thank you guys so much for watching. If you're letting me read for you, thank you so much for letting my ads play for the first 30 seconds, because that is super helpful. For liking the video, commenting down below, letting me know how it resonates. If you're already in this relationship, letting me know how it resonates. And if you're not yet, letting me know how this is significant for you. You can also check out my other readings. I did a sign-based reading recently that I'm really grateful. It got so much love. If you haven't checked that out, feel free to. If you've never seen my face, there's an opportunity to do so. I got good reviews, happy to say. Thank you to everyone who did. Appreciate that as someone who's terrified of being perceived. You can check out my candles, social media, other videos, ones with extendeds, or even other ones with extendeds, but I mean, obviously this one I'm excited about. You can check out just, I guess, other videos in general. You can share me, send me love. I'm sending you love back. And I'm burping. And that's all I have for you guys. So thank you. Oh, candles, merch, all that jazz. Cody Satan. That is all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I really hope that this reading resonated and it brought you joy and peace. I love you guys so much, and I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 2. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the red Jasper heart and the Santa Muerte tarot, this is going to be a reading on your current or next significant relationship. Full breakdown of the reading in the intro, but we're going to start by looking at the overall energies and dynamics of this relationship. So if you're currently in a relationship, if this fits the dynamic, then you found the right reading. If you're not in a relationship, you have the beautiful ability to choose. So if what I say does not sound like the type of relationship you want, choose a different group. You are not bound or doomed to a relationship you don't want to be in. You have sovereignty. So if it's not the type of relationship you're trying to create and envision for yourself, pick a different group. Okay, so let's go ahead and start then by looking at the overall energy dynamics between you and your current or future partner, if they're already your partner, or if this is the type of relationship you want. So we have act as if your partner is here, whether you have someone in your life or not. Act as if they are with you, so you will always consider them. And love who you are. You are divine, delightful, and deserving of the wonderful things life has to offer. We have the Tower, sweet fever dreams. We're going to talk about that. We have anger. Don't be afraid of that. Actually, I really love these energies. And I see you in every little thing. This is the type of reading that's probably going to take more explanation on my part. But let me tell you, this is not bad. Is everything in the frame? Yes, it is. You might look at this and think, oh, this looks toxic. And I would say anything in any dynamic can be toxic. The only thing that I would say actually is toxic is if you're currently in a relationship with someone where you guys are angry all the time. Your anger leads to no resolution. You make each other angry on purpose. You don't deal with things in healthy ways, and there's bitterness and resentment. I would say that's probably not a healthy relationship, and I don't really know what to tell you there. If there are aspects of anger where you're currently in a relationship, I do feel like this is a beautiful sign that there's a lot of opportunity to grow. Anger is not a bad thing. And what I really see this about, and for those of you that are like, oh, I don't want to be in a relationship where I'm angry all the time, that's not what this is about. What this is about, the reason why anger came through is because this is a relationship where you are safe to be and where you are safe to have feelings and intense emotion in a safe environment. Not only that, but anger, a lot of this anger is not around each other. I mean, it might be sometimes, it's natural and normal in relationship, but there's healthy ways through conflict. And I do think that there may be some times where that occurs, like any relationship. But this is not a negative thing. In fact, this is a type of relationship that changes your life and actually makes you mad that you didn't welcome it in sooner, and or that you let people treat you any less than before. And also there's going to be anger around, I can't believe people treated my partner a certain way in the past, and wow, I can't believe that the world is like this. Because one of the really healing aspects of this relationship is that y'all are allowed to be mad about the state of the world, mad about the things you can't control, mad about the fact that other people don't give you the credit you deserve, mad about the fact that shit isn't the way you want it to be. And guess what? You're safe to do that. You can even be mad about the fact that you want it to be Taco Tuesday and it's a Thursday. That's welcome and it's valid. What this anger is really highlighting is that there is no emotion too intense, too passionate, or too untethered for the other. This is a space where intensity is safe. And that's actually one thing that I think you guys will recognize, is that you will realize how much of yourselves you had to separate yourself from, deny, or believe was bad or wrong because others couldn't handle the heat in your kitchens. Like, you guys are two people that care so deeply and that have been honestly wronged in a lot of ways and have suppressed a lot because you felt like you were too much. Neither of you are too much. In fact, if anything, this relationship is one where it's like, oh wow, finally someone can handle me. Finally someone can understand me in a way where I'm not like, I'll use an example. When I get mad or when I get frustrated, my first instinct is to rant because it gets the energy out and I like turning it into a funny monologue of frustration. My sweet Libra moon mother cannot stand that. It stresses her out. She doesn't like it. So I have to be conscientious of the fact that when I feel angry, I have to make sure I save my rants for the right audience, because my mom's not the right audience. My dad, however, a Scorpio king, he gets it. So I save it for the right people. This is kind of an example of that, where you guys have been in relationships in the past or dealt with friendships or even just family dynamics growing up where your intense emotion wasn't allowed and you were bad or wrong for feeling that. And one of the powerful things about this relationship is that you get to have the opportunity to realize your emotions aren't wrong. Both of you are sensitive people, and that will not only lead to intense and transformative awareness of yourself and each other and what love can look like when you're with someone who understands how you operate. And number two, how these intense energies alchemize into wisdom in ways that not only make you a better partner, a better friend to yourself, and more self-aware, and give you the tools to deal with intense emotion in healthy ways. Because I think both of you already know how to do that to some degree, but it's a whole different ballgame when you're with someone who isn't intimidated by your anger, who isn't intimidated by your intense emotion, who sees through what that anger might be. Maybe it's sadness, maybe it's fear, maybe it's frustration, maybe it's longing. And also someone who validates how frustrating it is to be in a world that is so unjust. You both really care about treating people right, about doing the right thing, and have high levels of integrity. That is something that frustrates you when you go out into the world, that you deal with people who are callous, who are shallow, who don't think, who don't put the freaking shopping cart back when they're done shopping, who don't throw their trash away when there's a trash can right there. You know, things like that. It's understandable why they're frustrating. And sometimes it just feels really good to be with someone who will let you rage. You guys are allowed to rage against the machine together. Maybe that's a band that you will like. But I want to talk about this Tower card, because when I say that this relationship is going to be absolutely transformative, it's going to be absolutely transformative. But this is the Zoomies Tarot, and I'm obsessing over this deck. And the only thing that it says for the Tower is And I quote, "Good shit happens. Gosh." And that is the thing. This is not only good shiz, it's some of the best shiz to ever happen to you, because there's gonna be so many experiences where you are recontextualizing painful experiences in your life, where you were told or taught to not honor your instincts, to suppress what you experience, instead of learn how to handle it in healthy ways. Because yeah, anger, emotions like anger can be destructive, but the anger itself is not the bad thing. What's bad is when we let that anger cause us to act in ways that are harmful to others or ourselves. And that is the thing here, is that if this is the type of relationship that I'm truly reading, if there is anger at one another, neither of you are ever intentionally lashing out at one another or using that anger against one another. And if you do it subconsciously or unintentionally, there will be space and room to call it out, take accountability, apologize, grow, and change so that it doesn't happen again. Here's the thing about fire, is it's hot and sometimes you get burned. But the thing is that both of you have your best intentions with one another. And I think the thing is too, is that, like I said, I don't really think a lot of this anger is at one another. I think this anger is at maybe how you guys don't see how special the other is, how other people haven't honored and valued you the way you deserve. Why did it take so long for us to come together? Why did it take us so long to find each other? Why didn't the universe bring us together sooner? Like, anger, like, you know, why didn't I realize this type of love can exist? Why don't other people have love like this where they're seen and understood? The fact that we love who you are, this is the type of partnership where you get to come as you are. And that is okay. You're never too much. You don't have to hide yourself. You don't have to placate, keep sweet, hold things back, or pretend that you don't have emotions, or only show the positive emotions. You guys will be free to be yourselves around one another. And I think the beautiful thing is that you will be free to be passionate and be intense, because you both are intense people. And intensity isn't a bad thing. Intensity, I think, if this is the right reading for you, is fun. You guys can go deep together and ride that wave. Like, a lot of surface level things, or things that are very light and airy, yes, there are places for that in your relationship, but that isn't nourishing and satisfying. Like, you don't want an airy fairy love. You want a deep, intense love where it's like, I would go to war for you and fight valiantly. Like, you make me want to destabilize an entire structure in the name of getting what you deserve. This is kind of like Hades, Persephone type love, and not in a way, I know obviously like Greek myth stuff is kind of iffy, but in a way where it's like nothing is happening against either of your wills. But what is happening is that I think honestly you might even be angry at the fact that you were in denial that love like this could exist. Because with the Tower being here, this relationship is going to change the foundation of how you treat yourself, how you treat others, how you look at the world, and how you move forward. Because I actually pulled this card to clarify this anger card in hopes to bring you guys more clarity. And the theme we have is inspire. And the trigger statement is I am stuck. And the true statement is I am filled with possibility. Allow yourself to float above any thoughts or emotions and see what is needed for you to process them and move forward. And that is what you have here, is a partner in crime and in passion that is going to stand with you, and vice versa. Work through intensity so you're not drowning in your emotions. You're swimming with them and actually realizing, oh my gosh, my intense emotions aren't actually shameful. They're so powerful. You know, like, I feel so intensely because I care so much. And it's so nice to have someone who understands what it's like, also like to care so much. And that's how much we care about each other. I get this angry because I love people and want the best for them. And oh my gosh, they want that too. And then you get the beautiful, yet also challenging thing of realizing where your limitations to your own self-love is and where your limitations to letting love in are. And the beautiful thing is that you guys become the inspirations for one another to want better for yourselves and treat yourselves in ways, advocate for yourselves in ways that maybe you haven't in the past. And not only that, but I think both of you have had the experience of shutting people out and keeping them away from you. Keeping connection out in general, because there's this fear of like, I don't want to be too much. Kind of makes me think, I was actually watching last night, I didn't finish it, but the Pixar movie Elemental. And like a lot of this energy kind of reminds me of Ember. You know, she's a little fire girl, fire queen, and she struggles with anger and she struggles with her temper. And it's not like, and one of the other characters says like, maybe anger is telling you a truth you're not ready to hear. And so for you guys, rather than having to sit and stew alone, you have a sounding board that's not ashamed of your anger, that actually like enjoys seeing you care that much because they care too, and enjoys seeing that they're allowed to be themselves because you are yourself. And not only that, but you guys are also, let's talk about all of the beautiful aspects of you guys, because there's also so much softness within the both of you. And that is how you will experience a lot of your relationship. It will be in softness. You know, like something like, you know, when you see something so cute, you just want to like squeeze it. That is the type of intensity that I am describing in this type of relationship. And I will say, for those of you that are like, I don't know if this is a type of relationship for me, it's not for everyone. But I think it's because it's for a unique type of person who needs different stimuli in a relationship. Like there are different types of emotional needs and different types of emotional experiences, like emotional sensitivities, emotional depths, and nothing's necessarily wrong. But I do think that this type of experience, this type of relationship, you couldn't have conjured on your own or anticipated, because what it really is meeting your match in the best way possible, but also in the most confronting way possible, where you realize like, oh man, have I been suppressing myself in that way? Because really the most frequent experience of anger you will experience with the other is when you see the other selling themselves short, beating themselves up, disempowering themselves, invalidating themselves, seeing their wounding in action, being unfair to themselves. And then you will have to see, oh my God, that's how I treat myself. How can I be mad at them for treating themselves that way? And obviously it's not mad like, I hate you because you're not validating yourself. It's more like, dude, you need to wake up. Like, you're invalidating yourself and I won't let you talk to my partner that way. Like that, it's that kind of, now wait a second, buddy. You're not going to be invalidating yourself in this town, not in this relationship town. And I think that in a lot of ways you guys will realize like the anger that you've held within was your spirits. It was the parts of you, your humanity, your authenticity being suppressed by a world that wasn't ready to hear what you had to share. That thought, oh no, it needs to be more palatable. It needs to, why can't you just be calm? Because maybe I'm not willing to hide myself in emotionally unavailable society. And that's the thing too, is you guys will realize as well where you've been emotionally unavailable to yourselves and how you've made yourself smaller in order to be more palatable. And so one of the coolest things about this relationship is that you get to expand beyond who you thought you were and what you thought you had to do in order to contain yourself. There are no containers here. And if anything, this relationship is shifting the foundation of who you both think you are and what is actually possible for the both of you. Not only that, but you learn that it's actually safe and pleasurable to let someone else into your life when you don't have to hide who you are or dim yourself, when you don't have to hold things in and pretend you're something you're not. And the fact that we have I see you in every little thing, I feel like you guys are going to just adore the other. and love who you become together. And there's also this like beautiful unraveling where there could be a lot of ways in which you're different. But after you know one another, you see each other in everything. And you bring, this is the type of intensity that I'm trying to explain, because it is beyond words. It's truly deeply in feeling, where like you give each other purpose in ways that you never had before. Life has deeper meaning in ways that you couldn't access before. And here's the thing, it's not that you needed this relationship in order to experience that, but this relationship is the catalyst to an awakening of how violent your experience, both of your experiences have been in terms of your psyche, your bodies, your mental health, your spiritual health, your physical well-being, your sense of safety, and realizing that, yeah, y'all have been through some stuff, and the world is already hard enough. It's really hard when you feel deeply. It's really hard to care, and it's really hard to be unable to stop caring. But there's beauty in it. And when you find someone who honors it and cherishes it the way you do, and is able to match that type of love, because that's the thing, they're going to be able to match the depth and intensity of love that you have. And that is going to be profound for you, because you're also going to realize, oh, wow, I am worthy of the same type of love that I'm able to give. And the thing is that it's not that you ever weren't. It's just that I don't know how many people are capable of loving the way that you can. You have such a deep, selfless, rich idea of what love is. They do too. And not everybody does. And that's okay. But your whole world and foundation will shift fundamentally because of each other, having each other in your lives. You will be safe to show up as you are, like I already said, but also you will heal a lot of wounding around what you thought was wrong with you and what you thought wasn't worthy of love and acceptance. And you will realize, oh, those messy parts of me, those parts of me that are just so mad at circumstances outside my control, I just want to cry. Oh, they completely understand why I have that. And instead of telling me to get over it, they sit with me through it or rage with me. That is going to be so healing for the both of you. And I also feel like you guys are going to be seamlessly weaving each other into your lives, where once you're in one another's lives, it's hard to picture the other without it. Like I said, like you either know who this person is or you haven't met them yet. They're either your partner, someone you're well on your way to partnership with, or you haven't met them yet. Because I feel like even when you first meet them, there's just going to be like a sense of resonance where you might say something out of pocket or intense, or they do, and you're like, oh, you didn't run away? Oh, when I said that? Oh, you didn't think I was being over dramatic? Oh, who are you? I really, really love too that the anger that the other expresses and the injustices you both have experienced will show you the reality that there are people that care. And in fact, there are people that want the best for you and will not tell you to just get over it or just to move forward. You guys will be able to move forward lighter and more joyous and more free because you work through what's been keeping you both stuck together. And realize that in 9 times out of 10, it really wasn't your fault. It was just something unhelpful or unhealthy that you absorbed from your own experience. And it may not have been from a malicious place, but it wasn't meant for you. And I think that you guys will realize too, because of this relationship, you guys are always considering each other. And you will realize that what you needed in the past that you weren't given wasn't too much to ask for. In fact, it's quite effortless to keep you in consideration, to keep you in mind, and vice versa, when there's someone that cares and feels truly bonded to you. This is the type of relationship where you don't have to pretend anymore. And in that pretending, there's a lot of liberation and there's a lot of truth. And sometimes that truth is confronting. But the beautiful thing about that is you're not judging each other. In fact, if anything, it feels really good. It's like releasing pressure. It's like ripping off band-aids and realizing, oh, I don't need that. It's liberation in the most beautiful way. And there's a lot of goodness. I think the intensity of the goodness you will feel with them is also intense. It's like, oh my gosh, I love this person so much. Like, you probably will squeeze each other and shit like that, because you're just like, oh my god, I feel so much for you. And like, they're gonna occupy your mind and your thoughts in ways that you're like, you know, and maybe for both of you guys, like, you guys do have that tendency to like kind of fall to like think of who your heart is fond of and things like that. But the beautiful thing is that it's not from a place of like limerence or wondering. It's from a place of like, oh, we're naturally becoming a part of each other's lives, and I just see you in every aspect of it. I think about you. I can't wait to like talk to you. And one of the beautiful things about this as well is that this is the type of stabilizing energy that makes you feel calm, safe, and grounded in the midst of the storms around you, the storms within you, and any storms you might have to face together. You guys are truly on the same team, and there's a lot of forgiveness and love here for yourselves that you're able to cultivate. And whenever that intense emotion may be expressed in a way that it isn't helpful, you guys grow together, and it brings you closer, and you love one another more for it, because you realize, oh, it's safe to mess up. It's safe to do something that isn't always perfect. I don't have to be perfect, and I can still be loved. And in fact, wow, it was really exhausting to try to be that way. And wow, it's a lot easier to act in alignment with what feels true to me when I'm not suppressing everything that I feel. This is like opening Pandora's box, but in the best way. And I definitely feel like both of you, after you meet one another, like, your lives will change irreversibly, no matter what happens between the two of you, because just the amount of evolution, expansion, growth, and love that will be present here, that you will, the things you will learn about yourself, the wisdom you will gain, it's life-changing in the best of ways. And in a way where, wow, I could finally work through things I never had someone to understand about me. It's literally making me think of, like, you know, those creatures at the bottom of the ocean, you know, they're fewer and further between. And if they go up to the surface too quickly, they can literally explode or become deformed. And I feel like in metaphorically speaking, it's like you guys have had to rise up to those places, and to these more surface level, lighter places, because that's what society typically requires. And as a result, the assessments and judgments people make of you, the projections that they place on you, really make you feel so misunderstood. And so to have that understanding and to be like, no, like, let's go down to the depths and the pressure that we're used to. And it's not pressure, like, I mean pressure, like, literally in the sense of, like, what feels right, what feels good. It's not pressure like bad, it's pressure like a weighted blanket. Like, yeah, this is the depth that feels good for me. It's being able to see one another on a deeper level than anyone you've ever experienced before. And the thing is that you may have seen others to that depth, but others couldn't see you. And so you're still missing something because you're not receiving what you're offering. And that is what changes here. And I think that both of you are gonna be like, I can't believe, like, other people can't come down here. Like, I can't believe that we ever thought we were doing something wrong for, like, seeing and feeling so deeply. And the beautiful thing about this is you guys inspire one another to realize that your depth and your giant hearts are beautiful and needed, and you were born with them for a reason. And when you have someone else that can match that energy, oh boy, that makes life a hell of a lot more fun, a hell of a lot more healing, and full of possibility that you couldn't see before because you were stuck in the boxes other people placed you in. I love it. I love to see this. This is full of goodness. So let's see who this partner is. And I do want to stress that if you see mirroring here, that doesn't mean that you're going to be in a relationship with yourself. The only way that's true is if you say, oh, I'm going to be in a relationship with myself, and you believe that and stand on it and never open yourself up to anyone. But if there is mirroring, it's just a sign that you and this person are similar in those ways. Okay, so for your partner, we have Pallas Athena, I think. We have Boxer, upbeat, protective, loyal. We have the Two of Swords, oh me, oh my, I fell up to the sky. And we have Moon and Sagittarius with optimism. Let me make sure they're all in there. Okay, cool. So who is this person? I really like their energy, but they are complex. And I think actually you'll probably resonate with some of this energy too. You guys are both highly idealistic. This person is very idealistic. And I will say one thing that I do think that they struggle with is they are someone that likes to tell it like it is. But because a lot of people haven't been able to receive that, because I think they are well-meaning, it's created a lot of doubt in them. And I think that this person, because it was not safe to be in their emotions, to feel as intensely as they did, they've done something that's very common, I think, in people, and they live in their head, and they're kind of more detached from their emotional body, and it creates a lot of doubt and confusion. And someone that actually is pretty clear intuitively and spiritually when they're actually tapped into their emotions, they can overthink to the point of delusion, let me be clear, but also it's partially because they're so smart and they have a very busy and active mind. They are loyal to a fault, and I think that that's gotten them in trouble in the past, because they have given their loyalty to those who didn't deserve it, or those who recognize that loyalty, recognize the depth, recognize their big heart and the depth of what they offer, and realize that they could probably do things and get away with it because this person would either forgive them or would be oblivious to it happening. I definitely think that this person has some armor up, and you probably do too, because when you have a big heart and it gets hurt and you feel really deeply, you kind of don't want to feel because it's really painful. But I think with this person, they want to believe the best in people. And they're kind of at war with their wounds and the beliefs that their wounds have cultivated, because they're afraid to get hurt again. And they've had a lot of experiences in life that have taught them that they shouldn't trust their instincts. They definitely overthink a lot. And they have a hard time just trusting clear, simple truths, because those lie in their heart and they usually hang out up in their head. But let me be clear. This is someone who is very powerful. And they could be powerful in a way where they're so brilliant that they have a hard time cultivating stability. Maybe they need support in that, or they have a super zeroed in focus on stability, on growth, on expansion. This is someone with like genius level intelligence. And they're also a fighter. Maybe literally for some of you, I would hope that would be sanctioned and not like just them like being like, oi mate, at the bar, and like, you know, go into tussle. But I don't think it's that. Maybe when they were younger, but I think it's more so that they use the repressed anger that they feel to fight for their goals, to fight for what they want, to protect others from the pain of disappointment, and to try to live in alignment with their ideals. I do think that this is someone who number one, has dreams of traveling or really desires to travel. Number two, I do think at the end of the day, when they're in their heart, they do feel like everything's gonna work out for me. People are good at heart. And I think one thing with you is like, they will see resonance with you, but they don't trust themselves. So they will have a hard time trusting you. It will definitely take time for the both of you to warm up to each other. And you might even have this experience where in a lot of ways you're weirdly intimate and open, and in other ways you're weirdly guarded. Like maybe you guys share all your thoughts, but your feelings are tight-lipped. It will take time for the both of you to settle in and open up more. And I think the thing is that their heart will be telling them loud and clear, that you are trustworthy, that you are worth exploring something with, and that there's a reason why they are so drawn to you, why they'll never be able to get you out of their mind, like why you are irresistible to them. And it's going to take their own ability to rise to the occasion of, okay, I'm going to let down my armor. Okay, I'm going to open up a little bit. I'm going to open up these walls. I'm going to lower the bridge to cross so that group 2 can cross the moat. Like, they are someone who wants to see the best in people. And I'm thinking of the quote, inside every cynic is a disappointed idealist. And I think that they are trying to find a healthy outlook, and you will be a huge part of them doing that. They're great with their words. They're highly verbal. And I think that they would be someone described as an old soul. And I would even be willing to bet that, like, they probably had to grow up from a really young age. They could have even been a parentified child, or just had a lot of responsibility put on them from a really young age. But also there is this dreamy, imaginative, like Piscean or like Aquarian energy to them, where they think on a different level, and they have these wonderful ideas, and they're super creative, and they have a huge heart. Their huge heart, though, is masked under layers of mental protection and mental prowess that they have. They've built up a lot of mental fortitude, and they live in their mental body. They dominate in their mental body. Like, you do not want to be in a debate with this person. Well, maybe you do, because you might actually be able to handle them, but a lot of other people, they don't even want to try it. Like, this person in a game of chess, good luck. Good luck. Gonna need some, like, anal beads or something. I hope you get that, otherwise that just sounds really weird. But I also think that they are someone who believes in goodness, believes in the goodness of humanity, and that's why sometimes they get so angry. And the irony is that they have such strong convictions, and yet they have a hard time trusting themselves. They have a deep and loving heart, but they have a hard time believing that exists in others. They have a desire to be seen and known, but they're at the same time, they're terrified of it, because what if what the other sees is rejected? And I think most people would never know the depths and intensity of this person's grief and anger and feelings of hopelessness and loss and devastation of just, you know, their life and their experiences. They carry their burden so well, it looks like they don't have one. But I think you're going to see it from the get-go, because you probably resonate and relate to having that experience. And I think that when you are a part of their world and a part of their circle, they will go to the ends of the earth to protect you, to honor the commitments and agreements that you guys have. And love is the type of thing that really makes this person shine. And a love like this will make you both shine, because I can guarantee you right now that the fact that for once you both will be able to experience a type of love that you've always craved from another but never been able to receive will be a catalyst for expansion, transformation, alignment, growth, and new possibilities that you didn't think possible. And just a level of aliveness that has been denied to you because being in your full human experience was something that was bad or wrong or needed to be suppressed, but not anymore. And I definitely think as well, one thing about this person is that they do have a way with words, but they do need time to experience them. And there are times where they have to kind of like go within themselves and really think and really process. And that can be frustrating if you're not, if you're someone who's more snappy and can just like get everything out. But I think as well, having someone like you to speak out loud around will help them realize that they're allowed to like share their thoughts unformed, and that like they don't have to be perfect and flawless with everything they say and think. They could have a Sagittarius moon or Sagittarius energy. They don't have to. But I also think as well, this is someone who's very, very ambitious and very determined to make something of themselves. And I really hope that this person hasn't achieved a whole lot by the time you come into their life, because it would be really nice that they could achieve things alongside someone that believes in them. But if they have achieved a lot by the time you come in, I do feel like for a lot of you, they'll be having the realization of, oh, achievement without love is nothing. And I feel the same as I did when I was, you know, at level 1. They're definitely someone who wants to do right by others and wants to see the best of humanity. And they get disappointed a lot, understandably so. Not by you, but by humanity in general. And I think that you are an element. First of all, I'm hearing that Paramore song, like, you're the only exception. I really believe that. Where, you know how some chemicals create, like, explosions or bad reactions, but there are some that bring, like, stabilization? Maybe I'm wrong. You bring stabilization to each other, though, and are the perfect counterbalance to the other to see yourselves in a more loving light and learn a lot about how you deserve to be loved and how deeply you can love another and share that love when it's being given and received by someone who is in alignment with that type of love. Very beautiful. So let's go ahead and get into your tarot now. No wonder you guys chose the Santa Muerte tarot, because talk about love that changes your life so deeply. It transforms you and ends whatever you thought possible. And I think too, like, you will bring softness to each other's lives in ways where, like, you will inspire the other to be better and do better and be fair to yourselves in ways that maybe you couldn't justify in the past. But while I'm shuffling, thank you guys for being here. If you want to support me, leaving a little like, please, or letting the first 30 seconds of an ad play. It was super helpful. Thank you to everyone who does that. We're also doing an extended. I'm really excited to look at your spicy connection, because the theme is spicy and sweet. So we're going to be looking at things like how your physical connection will expand and deepen your bond, how your partner would describe physical intimacy with you. I mean, when we talk about intensity and passion, which is here in spades, I believe it is going to be spicy. And we're also going to look at what your partner's favorite aspect of having biblical relations with you is. We're going to look at, like, why did/will their heart choose you, which I think is really significant because they do have a big heart. You know, what have you taught them about love, or what will you teach them? And we're also going to look at what they think and feel when they're around you using channel messages. We're going to use this deck, which is really cool. So that'll be linked down below if you want to check it out. Literally cheaper than a cup of coffee, so great way to support me. But if not, I'm just grateful you're here. I wish I could shuffle these more nicely, but the card stock is thick as hell. But I'm so strong, so, you know, I'll try to give you one good shuffle before we... All right. I also want to say, too, like, if you like thunderstorms or, like storms in general, I feel like that there's going to be that feeling in your relationship, not like thunderstorms, but like the comforting feeling that you feel, or like the exciting and like, oh, I love when like, you know, nature is like this, or I love when things are like this, like the feeling you get. That's partially what your relationship is kind of always going to feel like. You know, like, I like listening to thunderstorm sounds when I go to sleep because it, like, is comforting to me. And so it's kind of like that. Like, there's a lot of comfort in how you feel around one another. Okay. So we're going to start by asking what's an example of a green flag that you will see in your partner. So if you're already with this person, this is just confirmation of a green flag of theirs. And if you're not with this person yet, this will be a sign that this is them. So what is an example of a green flag in group number 2's current or future partner that they will have? Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I was saying. They feel so deeply. And the thing is, too, is that one thing that you will realize as well is that they're not flippant with their emotions. You know, you could argue that a Knight of Cups type person is very, is true to their emotions, but, you know, emotions can change. And so, you know, one minute they could be all over you and so in love with you, and the next minute there's a new young thing, or there's a new thing that's got all their love and attention. The King of Cups has emotional wisdom and awareness. This is someone who's not going to take their emotions out on you. And I think you know how it feels to have people, you know, be mad at you or take their emotions out on you. So you as well are like that too. So what you will find is that number one green flag about them is that they are careful with their emotions. And they don't use their emotions in ways to manipulate others. And I also think that you will realize that they, in a lot of ways, they channel their emotions in healthy ways. And they will open up their heart and in more and more ways as you guys get closer and deeper with one another. And you will realize, like, wow, even the fact that they're sharing their emotional world with me, like, that's something significant, because they don't wear their heart on their sleeve. Even though it's on their shirt in this. It's more so that you will realize that they protect their emotions and they don't share them with everyone. And the fact that they share them with you will show that they're trusting you, because they're quite literally giving you their deepest vulnerabilities. And so when they show you those emotions and you're able to sit with them and hold them without condemning them, that's actually going to be a green flag for you, because you're going to realize, okay, they feel safe enough with me to share this. And also, they're going to be emotionally mature enough to not, when they are having an intense emotional experience, they're not going to lash out at you. They're going to say, well, you just make me so mad. They might say, hey, I'm feeling really angry right now. And maybe it has nothing to do with you, or, you know, there was something, maybe these are misunderstandings. I do think we need to talk, but maybe I need space first. They're going to be very emotionally mature, and also they're incredibly forgiving. I think that this person has been really screwed over by some of the people that should have been there for them the most. And you're going to see that, wow, they don't hold grudges. They don't go tit for tat. They don't keep score. They might not forget. They might act differently. They might put up more walls, but they don't condemn them. They don't hate them. Like, this person loves super deeply, and you will see too how, like, they are never trying to harm people. And actually, like, you will just see too how big their heart is. Like, this is definitely someone who loves animals, who loves small creatures. Okay, this is not a good example. I'm not saying this person is like Tony Soprano. They're not like Tony Soprano. Not at all. Maybe in the idea that, you know, rage is depression, or depression is rage turned inward. I don't know if that's real or true, but they might have experienced that, you know, because I feel like when they are angry, they channel it at themselves, and you've probably experienced that same thing. They're not emotionally messy in the sense that they push their emotions out on others and force them to deal with it. If anything, like, one of the things that is, I wouldn't call it a red flag, but I'd call it a yellow flag, you know, something that you guys will grow with together, is to help them realize that sharing their emotions is not a bad thing. They're not dumping. It's actually safe to do that, and that it can be helpful and healing. Like, you're not holding on to it or taking responsibility for it. But also, they're never going to blame you for their emotions. They're never going to act immaturely. But the thing that I was thinking about is, like, you know, one aspect of Tony Soprano's character is that he really loves, like, animals and babies and, like, innocent creatures. Like, you know, the very first episode, he's got ducks in his pool, and he's like, and it's, you know, obviously speaking to deeper things, but he's so excited about the ducks, and the rest of his family could not care less, which I'm like, bro, if I had ducks in my pool, I would be, it's a duck pond now. Like, that's it. And so I just think, like, one sign is, like, they will love animals. I'd be shocked if they didn't have pets themselves. They're also somebody who is very kind to random people. They're not rude. They're not callous. But at the same time, their compassion has a backbone. And they will not put up with your shit. And they will not be walked all over. And they will not be disrespected. And so And that's kind of hot, right? Like someone who knows their worth and will stand up for themselves. And maybe that's something they'll learn with you. But I also think that in certain environments, like environments where their heart is involved, like for example, a business environment or a more transactional environment, it's easy for them to stand up for themselves because their heart isn't on the line. It's harder for them to stand up for themselves in situations where, like, let's say it's like family members. That's when they're going to be more like, they're going to relinquish more and be more forgiving and allowing and maybe enable even, because there's so much love there and they want the best for them. And it might take them time to see that, but ultimately they have the best intentions and they're always doing their best, and you will see that. And they feel very deeply, and you will also see that they channel a lot of their emotional energy into their creativity. They're going to be a very creative person, even if it's on the down low or secret. If they show you their creative endeavors, that's a green flag, because that means they really trust you, because they don't show it to just anyone. Genius type level shit though. Like, you've met your match for sure. Okay, so let's see how you will evolve together. How will group 2 and their person evolve together? Yeah, you guys are going to create a lot of stability on Earth together. The fact that we have the King of Pentacles here, you guys are going to learn to become more grounded together, to get out of your heads and also out of the emotional intensity of your hearts, and ways that allow you to just be more stable in your own energies, have more grounded ideas of what is, to get out of idealism and into pragmatism, but without giving up hope in your heart. It's more like you guys, well, number one, you're going to evolve together materially. You both are going to ignite each other's creative and material worlds in ways where I think you're going to make a lot of money together. I think you're going to create a lot of stability together. And I think that you're going to inspire a lot of growth. Not only that, though, the fact that we have grounding here, I feel like you guys are going to help the other instill personal policies that allow you to be more fair to yourself, and that help you recognize when it's okay to be generous and when generosity is self-betrayal or enabling. Not only that, though, I feel like you guys are going to find a lot of stability together and build off of what you've already created individually. And not only that, you're going to encourage the other to follow your goals and your dreams. You're not going to be people that hold the other back. You're going to be people that want to see the best in the other, that recognize what you both are capable of. You're going to fuel the other's ambition in ways where, you know, if you guys have to work late or, you know, if you're not able to spend as much time as you'd like because, you know, you're working really hard or you know, you got to get this project done, there's this mutual understanding of, I'm not, like, I know what this is. Like, this person is not ignoring me. They've said as much, hey, I'm really busy, I'm working on this thing, and I know they'll reach out to me when they're ready, like, or when they're done, or, oh, I wish I could see them more, but I also know, like, I've got all this stuff to do, and they have to get XYZ done, and it'll just be all the more sweeter when we've gotten this done, and we can feel good, and we can enjoy XYZ time together. I feel like there's just a big emphasis on, I trust you, you trust me, we're in this together, and we're gonna do the stuff that we gotta do in our own lives and together, and also we're gonna do things together to make our earthly world even better. I think that in how you'll evolve together, as well as I think you guys will have assets together. I think you guys will have will evolve materially together, where you have more financial stability, experience financial growth, and are there to support the other in becoming more abundant. I also think that you guys will learn how to be more, I don't want to say self-serving, but use your resources wisely in ways that benefit yourselves, and don't deny your desire to be generous with what you've earned, but to not be so generous that there's nothing left for yourself. I also think that you guys are going to show one another how safe and stabilizing love in a relationship can be when you've built a foundation with someone you trust, that understands you, and that doesn't ask you to be something other than who you are. I also think you guys will get much more grounded together in a literal way, where you're in your bodies more, you're present and focused more, and out of your head more, not getting swept up in your emotions either, but you're just present and witnessing the other, yourself, and living life in a more conscious, gentle, slow, not slow in a way where it's like, oh, this is so slow, but slow in like a relaxed pace that comes from years of hard work and refinement of how you guys live your lives. I feel like one thing you guys are going to do is create a lifestyle together that is really nourishing for the both of you and that works for the both of you, that just makes life less intense, because not only have you created tools and solutions for the intensity within you, but you have structures to lean on and to connect to each other with when the world around you gets to be too much. Okay, let's see what else. So what is something special / unique about this relationship besides the two individuals that are already in it? Let's see, what is this? Is this the Six of Wands and the Knight of Wands? Okay, well, first of all, what's special and unique about this relationship is, number one, just how highly successful both of you are. And number two, I think you guys are kind of a power couple. And that's the thing that comes with intensity, is there's a lot of power. I think also, though, you guys are the type of couple other people aspire to be. And I think that other people don't realize how much work has come into you guys becoming what you are. I think that like many things you both do in life, is you'll make it look easy, even if it's anything but. And I'm not really talking about the relationship so much as, like, you know, the inner work to getting there, the inner work to deal with the truths that are revealed to you. I definitely think, though, with the Six of Wands, something special and unique is you guys don't tremble at the truths you're shown. You overcome them, and you succeed, and you celebrate each other's successes. I also think that you guys are going to be very envied by other people. I think that you guys are going to have, I think other people are going to project idealized versions of your relationship. People are going to project their idea of what your relationship is onto the both of you. But the thing is that, like, you guys have a level of humility together where you'll honestly probably find it funny when it happens. But I think what's really special is just y'all's ability to overcome all odds, and just the ability that y'all have individually to be magnetic, to be transformative, to be victorious. And I think together what's really unique is that you guys fuel that energy further. And I think what's even better about it is, rather than being intimidated by the other's success, being intimidated by the other's ambition, the other's intensity, you match it, feed into it, and actually fuel the other to keep going when you're tired, when you want to throw in the bag. Like, you guys motivate one another to be even better than you were before, even faster, even stronger, even more. But also bask in what you've built together and what you've learned together and how you grow together, and just the beauty of spending time together as well. And I also think you guys are just also going to be very cognizant of the fact that, like, damn, I pulled a baddie. Damn, I'm so lucky to have this person by my side. And I think this is probably one of the first times for the both of you that you're with someone who is a true match for you, where, like, you're on the same level. And I don't mean that as, like, you're better than worse than someone, but just, like, you guys are on the same frequency. You're not having to be less of something or overcompensate for someone else, if that makes sense. So I guess now let's ask, I also think you guys have a greater capacity for enduring the challenges required in order to reach the goals that you have set, and a deeper understanding and acceptance of what that might ask, and the willingness to work with each other, even if that means temporary sacrifices for long-term gains. You guys are going to do that. And I also think that you guys are each other's biggest cheerleaders and always so proud of each other, and their success is your success and vice versa. And you just push each other to be better, and not in a way that's like super toxic, but in a way that's like, oh, I can keep going. Oh, this dream is worth pursuing. Oh, they've got my back. How will others see group 2 and their partner as a couple, or how do they see group 2? Okay. So we have now we have the Nine of Wands, but there were other cards that came through here too. So we have the Nine of Swords, the Page of Cups, and the Chariot. I feel like I said, there will be a lot of people that are like jealous or want to write off your relationship, or might even be dismissive of you guys. However, number one, just the energy in the room is undeniable, but I do think actually, I think a lot of people will be complimentary to your faces. I do think that insecure people though will be less than complimentary behind your back. And it's not because they don't like you guys, it's because they're jealous and they wish, like they need to feel better about themselves by being like, well, it's probably not as like good as they make it seem. Like they're probably just like performing or something like that. It's funny because you guys are like, what? I also think that this is the type of thing where people have a hard time being happy for you guys because they're emotionally immature and they wonder why they haven't gotten that for themselves. But the thing is that people see your success and they wonder why they're not there, and they're way less emotionally evolved. Like we have the King of Cups here. You are capable of that emotional depth too. We've well established that. With this Page of Cups here, this is the least mature Cups court card. So the people that are seeing things that way are emotionally immature, and they're not capable of a relationship like this because they're not capable of the emotional depth and what that depth asks of them, at least at this time, in order to be able to step into a relationship like that. And it's not even about that with someone else. It's about having the levels of personal accountability and self-awareness to even want to step up or try to change and grow. But those that are not like that, they're going to be really happy for you and they're going to see your power. I definitely think you're going to make people nervous though and make people feel intimidated. Even when you're alone, just the power between the two of you is really strong. And I also think a lot of people, you might find that like a lot of like people try to like flirt with one or the other when you guys are together, or just like test the boundaries or test the stability of what's between the two of you, because it's like coveting something they don't have. And I think you guys are gonna pass the flying colors, if I'm being honest. I definitely think a lot of people will want what you have, even if they don't understand what it is you guys have. Yeah, you guys are gonna remain in control of this situation, and there's a lot of empowerment there. So let's get into your charms now. We're gonna look at letters and numbers, signs and guidance. So Spirit, what letters, numbers are significant to group number 2's reading, please? Okay. And headphone warning, if you've got headphones in, you might want to turn the volume down because this is going to be loud. Closing my eyes, by the way. Group 2, Spirit, what signs, guidance, synchronicities are relevant to group 2. Okay. Yeah. First of all, I just see IHOP here, so maybe the International House of Pancakes is significant. We also have the number 7. I think I see 7 as a highly spiritual number. So, also I hope. Oh, also Ohio, hey, home state. Ohio could be significant. Also makes me think of Ohio gozaimasu, which is good morning in Japanese. So that could be significant. Let's see, we have another I. So one or both of you could have repeating letters in your name. I'm also seeing like maybe one or both of you are hippies. One of you or both of you could be born in July, or July can be significant. Number 7, the 7th of a month could be significant. 1970 could be significant, or 2007. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing there. Okay, we have a little fortune. This month, you'll experience moments of deep insight. I think that's going to be pretty much every month with this person, but you could experience deep insight if this person is already in your life, or if you're already together, or you may experience deep insight that leads you to this person if you haven't met them yet. And the numbers here are 20, 29, 49, 14, 8, and 55. Let's see, this is definitely another letter. We also have the letter C. So C could be, see the word chop here. We have the green bell, which I really love. Like, bells could be a significant sound. Maybe you'll hear bells around them, but like, I feel like your hearts are gonna ring around one another. I'm hearing an old K-pop song by Girls' Day. I think it's called I Ring My Bell. No clue what the lyrics are because they're in Korean. The English ones are Ring My Bell though. I think you guys, like, I feel like your hearts are gonna be like ringing all the time, like, hey, this person is special, there's something here. And there's just a sweetness to when you share your hearts with each other genuinely. There's so much like lightness, and you guys are gonna clear a lot of emotional energy that's been stagnant within the two of you when you do share your hearts with each other. And it's gonna be like, oh wow, we're safe. We're safe with each other. Our hearts are safe with each other. And that's the thing too, is we have this key here. So I think that you guys are each other's keys, like keys to expansion, keys to awakening, keys to self-awareness, keys to loving yourselves more deeply, keys to going beyond what you thought was possible, keys to expansion and growth that maybe you weren't aware could happen. And we have rose quartz here, which is a stone of unconditional love. And I think that you guys are going to learn a lot of lessons about what love can really look like, and how unconditional love is not about self-sacrifice, but rather it's not unconditional love if it doesn't extend to yourself first, and how unconditional love can bring truths about how you need to be kinder to yourself, or how you need to be fairer to yourself, and bring moments of awareness and honesty that maybe you didn't recognize before. But also that foundation of, oh, I can come as I am and I will be loved, I think is really special as well, and you will experience that. Yes, I gotta hide this, but we have the star, so there's so much healing here for the both of you. This relationship, first of all, if it's not in your life yet, I want you to have hope, and literally, because we literally have it here. You can have hope at the International House of Pancakes. The Pacific Coast Highway might also be significant. Also, oi! I said that earlier. Maybe oi is significant. PC, maybe they're PC, like maybe one of you builds PCs or one of you is good with computers. Anyway, yeah, with the star, like Aquarius energy here, like this is a type of relationship that brings you both into the future. And if you feel like this is too good to be true, you need to get over it and recognize that it is not too good to be true. But it may require your faith until it comes in. Or I do feel like you guys are going to restore a lot of faith in one another, like a lot of hope. You guys are just going to make life lighter and be like, okay, like there's a lot of healing that comes into this relationship, and also the realization that it is worth it to believe in the goodness of humanity. It is worth to believe in something greater and to have a vision of society and the collective and ourselves that is greater than the sum of our parts, and that also asks more of us than just the bare minimum. I definitely think you guys are going to shine together, and I feel like you guys are going to deepen your spirituality together, whatever that looks like, and recognize some aspect of just divinity and how you came together, and the recognition of your own inner lights. I feel like you guys are going to be really protective of those within one another, and in turn you'll be more protective of your own inner lights yourself. I also think that there's just a lot of healing that you guys will experience together, where you're not having to learn tough, intense lessons, but rather release intensity and toughness that you've bottled up within you because you thought it was yours to carry. And finally, we have the Kermit here. So I really do think, like, maybe Muppets is significant, but like, you guys are literally going to be facing the darkest parts of yourselves and realize, oh, that voice was wrong. And also, oh, I can be in that voice and I can have it called out. My darkest fears that keep me isolated, they're not true. And you guys are going to realize, like, it's safe to grow. It's safe to be imperfect. It's safe to be uncertain. That weekend song, Earned It, is like coming through my head. Could be significant, but pile 2, we still got an extended to get to, so that's where I'm gonna leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for at least letting 30 seconds of the ads play, because that is enough to support me. So thank you to everyone who does that. If you'd like to support me in other ways, like this video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already. Be sure to click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can check out my merch, you can check out my social media, you can check out other readings, ones with extended. You can check out my most recent sign reading, see if that resonates for you. We're gonna be doing more of those. You can check out social media, candles, Cody's with 10. You can share me with a friend. You can just send me some love. I'm sending you love right back. Thank you guys so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I really hope these messages resonated and brought you clarity and peace. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back in and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 3. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Larimar Seashell and the Everyday Witch Tarot, this is going to be a reading on your current or next significant relationship. So if you're already in a relationship, this part is going to be looking at the overall energy and dynamics of the relationship. So if this part does not match the relationship you're in, I would pick a different group. But if you are not in this relationship yet, if you like what you see, then stick around for this reading. But if the energy of the relationship is something you don't want, try a different group. That will get you aligned with the energy of the relationship you do want. So that being said, we're going to start by looking at these dynamics between you and your current or future partner. So, and full breakdown of the reading in the intro. But to start off, we have honesty is essential. Speak with love and truth. We have the Queen of Pentacles, this little parakeet, and it says, then out of the ether came you. We have security. Probably gonna have to fix that a little bit. And we have daydreaming about you on the daily. Oh my gosh, I don't know why I've pulled that card so many times, but I'm hearing my humps in my head, like the Black Eyed Peas song. I love this energy. It's like taking me a second to really get into the energy of your reading. And I actually really like that, because I think it is representative of the fact that this is a relationship that will be slow to build, but very consistent once you are in it. This is a type of relationship where things are pretty easy. I mean, of course, like any relationship, I'm sure there will be different positives and negatives and highs and lows. But I don't think they'll be, like, in terms of highs and lows, I would say the level is like kiddie coaster. Honestly, like, there's a lot of just gentleness. I'm hearing that rock song, A Slow Ride, Take It Easy. And I really love that, because I feel like for the both of you, this is going to be a relationship, or it is a relationship where you really trust one another. You feel safe with each other. But also, I think that you guys are building a life together, creating stability and security for each other. And I think that one thing you bond over is sharing your random thoughts with each other. I definitely think you guys communicate very earnestly and honestly. I am getting the sense that maybe for one of you, you might be uncomfortable with being so transparent or facing things so honestly. But in doing so, you realize how safe it is to face the truth, and how the truth can be healing and bring things closer together. And the fact that we have the Queen of Pentacles here, that really tells me that you guys will have the type of relationship, or do have a type of relationship, where things are very cozy. You feel safe and nurtured with each other. I know I already said safe, but it's probably going to come up a lot. I would say that this is a type of relationship where you spend a lot of time just at home, hanging out together, chilling out, doing things that just are comfortable and feel good. If one or both of you have children before you enter this relationship, I can see that this relationship is actually very positive for any children in yours or their life in the beginning of this relationship, or, you know, previous to this relationship. Any children pre-existing will find a lot of stability here, and the stability that you create will be fertilizer for their growth and helping them recognize what healthy relationship dynamics are. I also think, though, there might be some people that would look at your type of relationship and be like, oh, that's boring. But honestly, as an introvert, I think that this is like the greatest kind, because you guys are really comfortable with each other and you do just like to spend a lot of time hanging out together. And I would be willing to bet you guys have a lot going on in your lives outside of this relationship. And so when you do spend time together, it's just really nice to hang out with one another and just bask in each other's energy. But I also think that because you guys may be very busy, or maybe one of you is very busy and the other is kind of holding the fort down, this does seem to be a very serious relationship where going into it, there's conscious awareness that both of you kind of mean business. Like, this isn't just about pleasure, but it is a pleasure to do business, if you know what I'm saying. And you're probably like, girl, I don't. You guys are mutually aligned on a lot of different things. And a lot of the things you're mutually aligned on have to do with the material world. I feel like one or both of you have your finances in order well before you come into this relationship. And if one of you doesn't, the other is going to support, one of you is going to support the other in getting aligned and getting on that wagon themselves. And the thing is, though, I don't see this as like one of you sacrificing for the other. It's more so just being a source of support and encouragement as the other gets to where they want to be. I do feel like there will be times where you guys are unable to see each other because of how much you work or schedules, things like that. And I feel like that is not really going to change the fact that you're going to be thinking about each other all the time. I feel like you guys will have lots of sweet feelings about each other just in the middle of a random day. And I think as well, you guys might even talk about like the daydreams that you have, or I think there's also going to be conversations that you guys have that end up bringing you really close together, where you talk about where you were at in the beginning of your relationship, or like where you were at before you guys committed to each other, and you're like, oh really, you were into me then, or you were already having feelings for me then. I think there's just going to be sweet things like that. And another thing is that you both are going to pay lots of attention to what the other says. So I can see that you both are going to do things for each other that are just very meaningful, like small meaningful things. And I did hear acts of service, so I do feel like you guys will enjoy helping out with each other, supporting each other. But I also think that you guys might leave each other tiny gifts, or you know, send each other memes throughout the day, or just things that make you think of the other, because I think you guys are thinking about each other all the time, even though you may not always be able to see each other. It's like you're definitely with each other in spirit almost all the time. And when you're together, it's like, oh yay, I get to be with my best bud, and now we just get to hang out and cuddle. And I could almost interpret the security card too as like you guys really enjoy like cuddling and just being close to one another, being physically affectionate. And so that is something as well, as like when you guys are together, you're locked in. But I also think too, this is a sign of just how solid this relationship is. Like, I would not worry in the slightest about any fears of interference in this relationship. Like, nobody could sow seeds of doubt in either of you about the other, because you know them better than anyone else does. And there is, even if you have trust issues, I think those are going to be worked out in the early years of this relationship, because when those problems arise, you guys work through them together and talk about them and address them with love and honesty. And that allows you to feel safe, or them to feel safe, depending on who it is. I do kind of feel like it might be you. But it could be both of you for different reasons. But I definitely think that there is this strong focus on accountability and responsibility. This is definitely a relationship where the commitment matters, and you don't make commitments flippantly. I definitely think as well, you guys may not be as expressive to how deep your feelings run for one another. And that's why, like, when you guys do open up and talk about your feelings, it might really shock the two of you, because it might almost be easy for you to assume what the other is feeling, or just kind of settle into a rhythm or routine with them, and then kind of forget that they would literally, like, what's that song that's like, I would walk 500 miles and I'd walk 500 more just to be the man that's at your door. Like, that kind of like devotion and wild energy that's like, I would go to the ends of the earth for you. I definitely think because there's a lot of routine in your lives, you almost don't get the opportunity to see and witness how deep your feelings run for one another. And so when they do come out, it's just one of those things where it's like, it's just like refreshing and heart swelling in a way where you just savor the beautiful relationship you guys have cultivated together, and cherish those times when you get to kind of have these moments of emotional clarity between the two of you, where you know cognitively, like, yes, the other loves me, yes, like, we're in this for the long haul. Like, I definitely think that this is kind of the type of relationship that I could see, like, marriage being a part of, unless neither of you want that. Because I will say, like, one thing, I could see marriage not being on the table if, like, for example, one of you has a lot of debt and the other one doesn't want to inflict the other. And so they're like, well, we need to work on this, and that'll be a plan, but let's not make this legally binding until I'm not going to affect you, like an example. Or maybe both of you don't believe in the institution of marriage, and so, but you have a very serious committed relationship and it's just more of like a life partner situation. That's absolutely cool. I definitely don't think that this is the type of relationship that would break things off very easily. I feel like it would be something that would be very mutual, and it would be because logistically things are not working. I don't think this is the type of relationship where you guys would end things because one of you isn't getting their emotional needs met, or one of you is feeling a bit neglected. If those things are happening, they're going to be brought up and they're going to be talked about, and the other is going to work to address them. There's, like I said, there's a high level of accountability here, and you guys are going to want to know when the other needs something from you. You're happy to fulfill it. I also think that it's funny because usually when I channel, like I'm just like going, but there's lots of bouts of silence. And I think that that's actually very emblematic of this relationship because it's so calm and peaceful. It's like nothing really needs to be said a lot of the times. Like, the stability you've cultivated with each other speaks for itself. And I do believe that this relationship will age like a fine wine, where you guys will just learn each other more deeply. And I think that the roots of your relationship will grow more deeply, and it's like the love will just grow over time, especially because you'll have all these memories that you've had together, all of these experiences you've had together, and also the awareness of how having the other in your life has improved it so much. And when there are times where one of you maybe has to go on a work trip, or you're just not able to be with one another, you really feel the absence of them, and how being around one another stabilizes the both of you. And yeah, this is very healthy, very stable, very gentle. I think if anything, the only challenge, at least in the beginning, will be if you want things to move along more quickly, they may not. But it's like once formal commitments are made, like they're pretty much set in stone until both of you decide to break that stone. I definitely think it, like I said, it would be from a place of, this logistically is not working, we can't hold up our commitments or something like that. Like, you definitely have the other in mind. And I also think that there's just a very beautiful level of trust here, and you guys are committed to this partnership. And think about the partnership not as, what can I get from them? What do I benefit from this? But rather, how can I be the best partner possible? And also, how can we make this partnership as functional and supportive for our individual lives, for, our families, as possible. There's just definitely a beautiful teamwork energy here, and I think by having teamwork, you guys are gonna make the dream work. And I definitely think that you guys will do things like talk about things you want to do and experience together, and then, you know, a year later it's like, we've saved enough for this trip, okay, let's book it. Like, I definitely think you guys are gonna have these really magical experiences where things you talked about doing and wanted to do, you actually get to do. Things that you envision happening and different dreams you have, the other is going to bounce off as a sounding board of like, okay, well, let's make this possible. And also that is going to be really helpful for you because it helps you narrow down, and for them to narrow down what dreams you actually want to make a reality and what dreams are maybe better left to the fantasy realms. I definitely think that this is the type of relationship that makes your life more organized. It keeps you both in routines that are very healthy and supportive, and I can just see this being a relationship that just nurtures positive growth and maintains healthy dynamics and a sense of well-being. So I love to see that. So let's go ahead and see who this person is that, or who your partner will be, that you can have this type of relationship with. If you see yourself in here, that's likely indicative of mirroring. That does not mean that you're going to be in a relationship with yourself. The only way that's true is if you decide that that's true and are not open to anything else. So that being said, looking at your partner, we have conjunction, alliance. We have greyhound, noble, independent, gentle. We have the ace of swords and this little buckle up bitchlings quote. I don't know if I need to censor that. I probably just will to be safe. And we have Jupiter and Capricorn with control. So yeah, this makes a lot of sense just for the energy of the person that is coming through. And if the relationship that I was describing, you were like, I don't know how I could be in a relationship like that, it's probably because this person makes it possible. You know, if you're a more chaotic person, or if you struggle with stability or things like that, I definitely think they'll be a powerful grounding force. This is someone that I really respect and admire. They are somebody who says what they mean and means what they say, but also they do not play. Like, this is not a person that plays games. If they're into you, they will tell you. If they're not into you, they will tell you. They can be a little bit blunt, but the thing is they're never intentionally trying to hurt someone's feelings. However, they are just highly intelligent, and I think at times they are less skilled at understanding emotions. They're less emotionally intelligent than they are intellectually intelligent. But the thing is that they're always learning. A lot of times what they need is to be told what someone else needs. Like, if they need someone to listen, if they need advice, or if they need a hug, like, they're just like, I'm happy to do whatever, but please just tell me. Because I think at times intense emotion can be overwhelming for them, or they just don't know what to do. Like, they feel awkward or nervous. It's not something they can control. And I do think that this is the type of person that does enjoy having a high level of control in their life. Now, that doesn't mean that they're controlling, but they are very responsible. This is not the type of person that is really good with impulsive things. They don't really like to do things last minute. I would say they are more type A, but it's not type A in a way where they're like gonna get mad if the plans change or something like that. And in fact, if anything, this person has a really strong level of control over their emotions. They don't express them very well, and there might be some emotional wounding in there that's a result, but this person could be at the depths of anger and they're still gonna be calm about it. Like, if they have to have a reaction, they're gonna go to another room and be alone and deal with it that way. They're very conscientious of how their actions impact others. And I also think that they are someone who has a high level of expectation for the people around them. I would not be shocked if this person is a leader of some sorts or becomes one. Like, I could see this person in a political realm, a business realm, a more local governmental realm, something where they lead and organize things. Like, this could be someone who's in charge of a nonprofit, or someone who spearheads a campaign to for really anything. I could just definitely see that this person has a powerful mind, and they are a very intelligent communicator. What they have learned over time, and they might actually help teach you this in this relationship. If you're someone who has a hard time confronting things head on, if you're more avoidant, they will really help you feel safe in doing that and show you how much of a relief it can be to just talk about things openly. And when you are honest with someone who respects and honors your boundaries and has your best interests at heart, you realize like, oh, I don't have to hide these things. Like, I can be honest with someone because they're trustworthy and they care about me. And that's the thing, is that this person, they do not make commitments easily, but once they do make a commitment, they stick with it, sometimes to the bitter end, but other times until someone else wants out of it or they recognize it's not mutually beneficial. This is definitely someone who will shoulder a lot of undesirable circumstances because they made a commitment to do so. And I definitely think that that can be something that gets them into a bit of trouble, because this makes sense now. Like, they could be busy a lot because they say yes to a lot of different commitments, but I also just see that they have a pretty strong energy and they're pretty powerful. So it's actually very important that they're with someone who has a strong energy as well, because I think that other people, or maybe past partners, have had a tendency to kind of get absorbed into their world to the point where they didn't really have much of a personality or things going on. So if you would say that you have a really strong personality, or you're very independent, and even if you're wildly different from this person, if you're just very distinct, know who you are, know what you like, they're gonna be into that. I feel like they have a hard time with energies that don't know what they want or don't really know who they are, because I don't think they really like to see themselves mirrored back in someone that hasn't fleshed out who they actually are. Like, they can tell the difference between authentic expression and just trying a persona on. They can see when someone is trying to emulate them, and I think they actually find that unattractive. But it's different, but that's not the same thing as, like, if they gave you, let's say for example, a routine to follow on a suggestion they would never make you if you asked for one, they would love to see you take that on and see if it helps, because they love being helpful. It's more so like, I guess it's a difference between imitation versus following guidance. And they respect people who speak their minds. I also think that they can be very wild in terms of what they say when they feel comfortable around someone. Like, they could come home and just say the most unhinged stuff about their coworkers or you know, a company that they're dealing with, and nobody would ever know this person even has thoughts like that, because they can be so stoic. But it's gonna be very fun for you, because you're gonna get to hear what they really think and feel about people when no one else is looking. They also kind of have cat energy to them, where you know, they take time to warm up to people. They're definitely not someone who, which makes sense, they're not going to dive into a relationship really quickly. And if they have, it was probably a one-time experience and they were like, never again. This is why I don't do that. They're very cautious. They're very careful. And yet, ironically, I would say that if this person is not investing in the stock market, they probably should be, because well, maybe they should study it first, how it works. I don't know how it works. They could probably do a really good job at just kind of intellectually and intuitively buying and selling stocks. Like, I feel like they could... They have a bit of intuition, but their intuition is strongest when it comes to world events, how world events impact different sectors, and also how they need to be prepared. I could definitely see this person being, you know, someone who is almost over-prepared, but at the same time, they're a great person to have in an emergency or if crap hits the fan. I also think that they are very good with kids and animals and plants. Like, they have a huge soft spot for them, and I feel like they really like being around them, because they don't very often get to just be in a more playful mindset. They are very serious, they are very rigid and stoic, and that has led to a lot of success, or it will lead to a lot of success in their life. but there's not a whole lot of emotional richness in their life independently. That's why you're such a special part of their life and their world, because you bring a lot of that emotional richness. And so if you have children, or if you guys end up having children together or animals together or something like that, they will just really love the emotional richness you bring to their life, and the way that you add value to their life, and what you do together adds value to this person's life, where they couldn't plan and cultivate that on their own. And so your value in their life is really highlighted. And I also think that they are somebody who really gets pigeonholed into certain projections of personality traits. Like, I feel like sometimes people assume this person doesn't have feelings, or that, you know, they are uncaring or unfeeling. This is a type of person that's like, I thought you didn't like me when you first met me, and they'd be like, I didn't feel any way. I just met you. Like, I wasn't thinking about you. I was thinking about what I was gonna cook for dinner that night, and what route I was gonna take to the gym. Like, I was not thinking about you. Like, this is definitely the type of person where they're not very obsessive unless it's a single-minded goal that they have. Or, like, for example, if they're planning like an anniversary gift or something, they're gonna be obsessive about making sure it's right. Like, no, like, they're not gonna accept a color that's off. You know, they're not gonna accept anything less than perfect, because they do have very exacting standards. And when it comes to the people that they love, they make sure that they hold up to those standards. And I think what's very important for them as well is that they're with someone who they can actually be a partner with, and not be someone that carries the weight of another. And so I think that's something they'll really appreciate about you. And I also think that they are very, I wouldn't call it traditional. I would just call it very respectful, very, this is someone who needs to know that something is okay. Like, consent is very important to them, of course, but also they have definitely had experiences in the past where people were into them and they didn't even realize it, because they weren't even paying attention to that stuff. Like, flirtation and hints kind of go way over their head, and that's a big reason why communication is so important. Like, they will be straight up. They'll be like, I cannot read your mind. I do need you to tell me. Please tell me what you want, and we'll do that. Like, because until they learn certain aspects about you, they're not going to be able to anticipate them. But I definitely think as well, they are somebody that has a high level of integrity and has high expectations of themselves, and that really extends to their ability to show up for others. And I would say that everybody who has this person in their life, they're very grateful for. And I actually think that this person is very strategic about who they allow into their life, because they don't have any room for dead weight. And you, I think, are going to be one of the most precious and valuable things that enter their life. And I also think that this really makes sense in terms of why there will be so much security in your relationship, because it'll be very clear, at least on your end, that they're not going anywhere else seeking anything else. Like, they're happy where they are, and you're happy where you are. And this is not the type of person who needs a lot of emotional fulfillment, or has emotional needs that can't be fulfilled by one person. And this person is not deceptive. If anything, you might wish sometimes that this person told a white lie every now and then. And they will learn. I feel like they have learned a little bit, like, you can be honest, but you know, sometimes what someone wants to hear isn't the truth. And so they'll even ask, they'll be like, do you want me to tell you what I really think, or do you just want to hear something that'll make you feel good? Like, they're gonna frame it that way. And don't ask this person if they would love you if you were a worm, because they would be honest and they would say no. I really respect that. And I definitely think as well, this is somebody that you can really rely on too. Like, if you were ever sick or injured, or, you know, couldn't uphold your end of things, they would have no problem taking care of you, you know, taking on the brunt of the work. Like, they are somebody who, great person to have in your life, like, great to depend on, great to lean on, you know. And this is also someone who says, like, you know, if I'll be there at 6 o'clock, they're showing up at 6 o'clock. I don't really think they like lateness. I think they have learned to tolerate it, recognizing that there's a lot of humans that are that way, but it is frustrating to them because they likely have a very regimented schedule. So yeah, very straightforward. And I definitely think that I wouldn't be shocked if they have a lot of books in their home, or they have just a lot of anything that supports their intellectual interests. They get a lot of emotional satisfaction from intellectual pursuits. So, and those could be literally anything, and they could be very different things. But I also think that's one thing that they will love about their conversations with you, is that they are very intellectually stimulating and satisfying. So let's go ahead and get into your tarot now. I'm going to start shuffling. While I'm shuffling, I do just want to thank everyone that is here for letting me read for you, and let you know that if you do want to support me, leaving a little like, a little comment, a subscribe, all of that is super helpful and will allow me to just continue doing what I do. But we're also going to be doing a spicy extended, well, it's spicy and sweet, where we're going to be looking at different aspects of your physical connection with each other. And we're also going to be looking at things like what's in this person's heart for you, and what you'll teach them about love. We'll also like look at things like what their favorite part of biblical relations with you is, like really fun stuff. And I'm actually really interested to look at this person specifically because they are so straightforward. I definitely feel like we'll get some really good, really clear answers, but I think there's a lot more in their heart that doesn't always get clearly expressed, because maybe they're not the best at parsing that and sharing that. So I'm happy to serve as a translator, but that'll be linked down below. If not, just grateful you're here, grateful to read for you. And what we're gonna start off doing is looking at what is a green flag your partner already has if you're with them, or they will have. And so this is just kind of confirmation of who this person is, or for those of you that haven't met this person yet or don't know who this person is, this is something you can look for in them to know, oh, okay, this is the type of person I can have this partnership with. So for group number 3, please, their current or future partner, what is a green flag their current or future partner will have? We have the 9 of Cups and the King of Wands. So okay, first of all, I know I've already said they say what they mean and they mean what they say, but they are very determined, and they are somebody who will go above and beyond to make you happy. If they know that your dream is to go to the beach, they're not content at just beach. They want to know, okay, what beach? Okay, what type of beach? Like, what kind of sand do they like? Do they want a more pebbly beach or more sandy beach? What is the temperature? Like, they are somebody who thinks about everything. Like, will group you want something more all-inclusive, or will they want adventure? Like, they are somebody who really shows that they care through their actions. And I also think that they are very straightforward about how you will make them happy, and very straightforward about what their intentions and desires are. Like, they're not going to be someone that plays games. So like, if you're seeing someone that maybe fits this description but plays games with you, I don't think it's them. At the very least, I don't think it's them right now. They might need some time to grow up, but I can't even see this type of person being the type of person to play games. They are definitely somebody who knows how to fulfill their own needs as well. Like, they take accountability for their own life. They're very responsible, and they would never in a million years blame someone else for something that is their shortcoming, or, for example, depend on you for their happiness. They are not codependent. They have a very healthy sense of partnership and teamwork, but at the same time, they are not going to steamroll you or dominate conversations. They want you to feel heard and included. They don't want to overpower you. They want you to be a part of the conversation. And I also just think too that this is somebody who knows how to feel complete and fulfilled with their life. This is not, which is actually really interesting, you know, for someone who is so ambitious and does, and if they haven't already, will likely cultivate a lot of success. They know when enough is enough. And so they don't go into like that scary territory where a lot of sociopaths with deep voids in their heart go, or they act very destructively and harmfully because they just can't fill that void in them. They know what they need, and they go after it. And if they need someone to help them, they speak up. I also think too that they're just very clear about what they want, and you won't have to question your place in their life. Like if they want to spend more time with you, they're gonna say that. If they've been feeling, you know, like sad that they haven't spent time with you, they're gonna say that. But also they're not going to put everything in your court. Like this is somebody who is going to text you back. This is someone who's also going to be like, hey, you're not going to hear me from this time to this time, and this is why. Like they're very transparent, they're very straightforward, and once they know what makes you happy and what makes you feel good and what makes you feel secure, they're going to keep doing that unless you tell them to stop. So I definitely think the more information they have, the more nuanced they can be with their response. Oh my gosh, they almost sound a little bit like an AI algorithm, like learning what you need and updating. But of course, they're a human being with a heart and all that beautiful stuff. And I definitely think too, they will let you know how good they feel with you, like that. They'll be very clear about that. And I also think as well, I know, you know, I don't know if you are aware of this concept called future faking. It's kind of something that some people do that's very toxic, where they lull people into a sense of security or give them the idea that they see a future by talking about a future that never ends up really happening. This is somebody where they talk about their future and they plan on it. If they're like, we're going to the beach in a year, you better make sure you have your passport or whatever, because they're gonna be like, it's a year, where's your luggage? I said we're going to the beach, I didn't mean 2 years from now, I meant now. So they have a very strong sense of personal accountability and agency, and they don't wait for anyone to do things for them. They don't wait for anyone to make their life easier, but if somebody does, they definitely show their appreciation and they'll let you know what you mean to them. Let's see how the two of you will evolve together as a couple. So how will group 3 and this person grow together as a result of this relationship? Oh yeah, I feel like you guys will feel more like yourselves. Like you'll be able to tap into parts of yourself that other people haven't been able to support in you. I feel like you guys will feel at home with each other, and you will mutually have this sense of like completion, where, you know, of course life still goes on and life is still moving, but you build a home together, you feel at home with each other, and there's just a deep sense of satisfaction. Like, yep, we're here, we're with each other, this feels good. Like, and I also think too, you guys will learn how to celebrate more and to spend more time doing things you enjoy and making memories with each other, you know, especially if the two of you are workaholics or, you know, people who are always putting everyone else first. This relationship is going to inspire the both of you to take a step back and remember how important it is that you guys do things that you enjoy, to make memories, and to use all of your hard work to celebrate what you've accomplished, and not rush through life focused on goals, and instead enjoying the moment. I also think you guys are going to have even healthier friendships and healthier boundaries with the people around you, because your guys' relationship is so healthy. So like if you have any unhealthy friendships in your life or unhealthy family dynamics, I actually think that, or if they do, this relationship is going to help the both of you refine those. And I definitely think, especially on your end, like if you have anyone that is emotionally manipulative towards you or has certain expectations towards you, this is the type of partner that's going to be like, this person is emotionally manipulative. And you might be like, oh no, they mean well. And they're going to be like, no, they don't. They just want to get what they can from you. They might like you, they might enjoy you, but I think they enjoy most what they can get from you. Don't believe me? Okay. Say no to them. See what happens. See how nice they are to you then and how well they mean then. And that might actually be something that I wouldn't say causes an argument, but like maybe makes the two of you mad at each other, because it's like, well, I was right, or I'm mad that you're right. But at the same time, you will realize, like, you'll get over it really quickly and then be like, oh, okay, they just had my best interests at heart. I also think too, like, you guys are gonna feel more present in your lives. Like, there's gonna be a lot of stability, and there's stability around joyfulness. Like, you're going to feel generally joyful or content on a daily basis. Like, negative emotion is actually something that is going to be much less frequent, and I think that's going to be very welcome, if I'm being honest. I also think you guys might renovate a house or build a house or something like that together. That might be like a goal that you have, and that might just be something that really brings you both closer together, really challenges your relationship, and helps you guys overcome certain things that maybe you weren't aware of before. So what is something special or unique about this relationship that you want to highlight to group 3, Spirit? Yeah, it's really happy. It's really positive. It's really joyful. If you're somebody who's used to a lot of highs and lows in relationships, or only experiencing fleeting moments of joy in a relationship, well, prepare for something different, because like, this is going to be a relationship that is consistently joyful, that is consistently abundant. And like I said, I was getting a lot about children here, unless that is not a part of your life, part of your plan. One unique thing about this relationship, if you already have children, is that this relationship will be very positive. It will bring a lot of joy to their lives. They'll be very grateful that you met this person, that you're with this person. They will see your happiness. They will see your own stability. They'll be very grateful that you've given yourself this, and also given them the opportunity to have someone in your life and their life that is trustworthy and dependable. But I also just think too, like, there's a lot of success here. There's a lot of joy. There's a lot of clarity. Like, there's not a whole lot of mystery here. And honestly, if you're somebody that watches love tarot readings a lot, once you're in this relationship, you might not really watch them anymore. You might not watch any readings at all, because you don't really need to know. You're content with the present and preparing for the future. And that's a beautiful thing. Like, I definitely think in general, life is just going to feel warmer and lighter with this person around. And the interesting thing is that they might not be the type of person you ever thought you would fall for, or that type of relationship might not be what you ever thought you wanted, but you realize it's really good for you, and that's what makes you happy. Like, you know, when something is really good for you, and it's that naturally brings a sense of happiness with it, because you're being nourished, you have a sense of well-being. And I think that there's just a lot of, every day has an opportunity to just have your heart warmed by something. I really love that. So let's see how others will or do see the two of you as a couple. So how will people see group 3 and their current or future partner as a couple together? They will be very curious about you guys. I definitely think they'll find your relationship a bit mysterious. Like, I could even see if you guys end up living or do live in some sort of suburban area, like, there might be people that are always wanting to find out, like, the gossip on you guys, because it seems like you guys are very low-key together, and they're like, you know, what are they doing? I also think, though, that people see you guys as kind of having, like, your own language, or really understanding each other on a deep level, and they also see you guys as, like, I think being very complimentary, and also, like, wow, you guys seem meant to be. Like, you guys seem like you were destined to find each other. And I also think a lot of people will be like, how do I find my group 3? How do I find my group 3's partner? Like, a lot of people are going to, I would be willing to bet a lot of people are going to come to you for advice about, like, you know, how did you know that this person was the one? Or, like, how did you know that you could trust them? Like, I definitely think you guys could actually be as well the couple that people go to for advice, and also a couple that people enjoy third wheeling with, because you guys just seem to have a lot of wisdom they don't, and I feel like people see you as two people they could really learn from. So we're gonna go ahead now and move into letters and numbers and charms. So these will serve as signs, confirmation, really anything, hints, clues. What letters and numbers are relevant to group 3, their future partner? And their relationship, please. Okay. R-E-T. And oof. We've got 990. Rotary could be significant. Or Tori. Well, Tor is a browser, so wrote. Maybe you guys will write to each other. Maybe that's how you'll meet one another. It looks like we have 999 or 666, but 666 is not a bad number. It's not an evil number. There's no such thing as an evil number except the numbers that you attribute evil to. But 999, I think, specifically is a number you will see before you meet this person, or a number that you guys will consistently see together when there is change on the horizon, positive change on the horizon. I definitely think you guys will close out a lot of relationships together. And with 666, I definitely think you guys will overcome a lot of unhelpful habits together. And I also think, number 6 is a number of love. It's a number of abundance. It's a number of enjoying life's pleasures, being sensual. So I think you guys are gonna have a lot of fun together no matter what. Okay, now we're gonna do your charms. Headphone users, you might want to turn the volume down because this can get a little loud. So pause the video and do that now because I'm about to start going. My eyes are closed. So what charms, symbols, and signs are relevant for group 3? Okay. Editing ASO here. I didn't realize it until I finished your group that one of the fortune cookie messages did not make it onto the tray. So I am showing you it now. And it is, no one grows old by living, only by losing interest in living. The lucky numbers are on the screen. And I really love this message for you guys because I feel like it really reinforces that sun energy. The love that you have for one another and the joy that your relationship brings you will make your everyday lives more fun. And I also think you guys will keep each other young. And I just love how this message just further proves how, you know, no matter how serious the both of you take life, your relationship is going to make life feel lighter and make the both of you feel younger. In fact, I think as you guys get older, you will feel younger because of the beautiful life you've built together. So, I'm hearing that APT song by Rose and Bruno Mars. Is it Apatite? I don't know. Anyway, we do have the 5 of Pentacles here, and I definitely think that this is a sign that if you're struggling with a lack mentality right now, or feeling like you'll never find this person, or you'll never be good enough for someone, I feel like Spirit is encouraging you to stop being so hard on yourself because you're doing great. Keep it up. You guys might really like using the word bitch with each other. You know that old Vine, for some of you, you're like, no, because I'm not 70 years old. And first of all, there's nothing wrong with remembering when Vine was around. Let's not be ageist. And 2, it's like, I love you, bitch. Oh gosh, I ain't never gonna stop loving you, bitch. Like, I feel like that's the type of relationship you're gonna have. We also have the letter S as well. We have another card. Oh yeah, we have the Magician. I feel like, okay, first of all, I feel like if you're like, how do I bring this person in? I feel like you're already doing that. I feel like you already need to trust that. But also, I think the both of you, if you are struggling financially, I definitely think that this relationship will actually be very supportive in helping you find your own way. I also think with the Magician card being here, you guys will create a lot together and both of your communication skills will improve. I think you'll really enjoy communicating with each other and really bring a lightness to each other's lives where you just see things more positively. I think for you, it's seeing things more positively, and for them, seeing things with a greater sense of magic and awe. We also have this little teddy bear here. And so I do think, like, first of all, bears could be a sign. I also think that you guys just have like a very cuddly relationship connection. You'll feel very cozy with each other. There's a level of security and a feeling of safety with each other. And I also think your guys' inner children will really come out with each other. I would also be willing to bet that whoever your partner is, they're gonna be the type of person, you're gonna find out that they were like learning chess at an early age, like, or just something that was like, they were probably very intellectually advanced. They could have like skipped grades or something like that. Like, they definitely, you're gonna find very sweet what they enjoyed as a child, and I think you guys are gonna encourage one another you're gonna encourage one another to explore things and do things and have experiences because they're healing to your inner children. We also have need to get home. So yeah, this just confirms to me that you guys will really feel a sense of home together. And I think actually too, for some of you, you and them might be very, very different, but where you feel the same is that you both just feel like aliens. You feel like maybe a shared interest that you have is aliens. Maybe you go UFO watching or something. But I definitely think that you guys feel like fish out of water. And so together it's like, oh, we can have our own beautiful little fishbowl together. Like, you guys feel like home in a world where you never felt like you belonged. And so I feel like that is something that is very comforting and nurturing to the both of you. We also have the octopus. So I definitely think that this is a relationship where there's a lot of multitasking happening. Like, it empowers the both of you to get more done in your lives and to make more happen. But octopi are also very highly intelligent. So I definitely think there's an intellectually stimulating component. Maybe octopi are significant animals. They could be a sign. Maybe the alien head or bears are a sign. I also think though too, any unhealthy relationship patterns that you have, like, this is just confirming to me that those will be overcome in this relationship. We also have the evil eye ring here. So I definitely feel like this is a sign that this is a type of commitment that's protected and to not, and I already said that earlier. So this is just confirming that, like, nobody can really interfere with this. Like, yeah, people might be jealous. Yeah, people might want what you have, but they can't touch it. Like, the bond between the two of you is way too strong. It's way too powerful. Like, nothing is going to change that. I also just realized we have the word store here. So maybe you guys open a store together, or maybe Spirit is saying there's just a lot in store for the two of you. We also have this crown with a heart, and the moon is in it. So I really do feel like this is a relationship where you're really going to understand what divine love feels like and what true love with another feels like, in a way where your dignity is respected, and like, you just really get to see how love manifests itself with a partner in a healthy and empowering way that makes you feel very safe, feel very respected, trusted, things like that. Like, there's really not, I don't really think you guys will ever have true arguments. You might have silly ones now and then. You might have some arguments, but you learn from them. And I feel like they're very few and far between, where like, when you actually do have an argument, it's like, oh, okay, let's not do that. Let's learn from this and not do that, please. I also think as well, if you struggle with any physical health issues or mental health issues, I definitely think that this is going to be the type of relationship that's really supportive of that. So like, you know, if you're worried because, like, you know, maybe you have like, you know, maybe you have something that you're worried like is a deal breaker for a lot of people, it won't be a deal breaker for this person. Like, you guys are really going to be into each other and love each other because of who you are, because of how you enrich one another's lives. Like, something as shallow as that is not going to be an issue. And I also think too, like, if it's something that you struggle with, for example, they're going to learn all they can about it so that they can support you through it and be a good partner to you. And finally, we have, if you have knowledge, let others light their candles by it. So I feel like this is just confirmation that you guys will really help other people in your lives have healthier and better relationships. And I actually even think that you will be translators for other people's partners, where you can hear both of them and be like, oh, here's where the misunderstanding is. You guys are coming at this actually with really good intentions. It's just, you're both saying the same thing, you're just doing different things. Like, you guys will actually be translators. And I also think too, with this, you're doing great. Like, I think you guys will be really supportive of one another and encouraging of one another, and so proud of each other. I really love to see it. And the numbers that we have are 31, 3, 50, 7, 17, and 12. So pile 3, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. I'm going to move over to the extended, but if you are leaving me here, thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background for the first 30 seconds. After that, do what you want, because that is super helpful and just supports me and lets me keep making readings for you. Other ways to support me: liking the video, commenting down below, letting me know how it resonates, subscribing if you haven't already, clicking that little notification bell so you can be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can check out my merch, you can check out my social media, you can check out my candles. Be sure to use code ESO10 for 10% off. You can check out other videos, you can check out other videos with extendeds. You can share my videos with a friend. You can send me some love. I'm sending you love right back. I do love you guys so much. Thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I really hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 4. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose this gorgeous little Variscite stone and the Trippin Waite Tarot, this is going to be your reading. Oh, this is going to be the accent pile, I can already tell. This is going to be your reading on your current or next significant relationship. We are going to start by looking at the overall energies and dynamics of this relationship. So if you're already in a relationship, if these dynamics match the relationship you're in, you found the right group. If they don't, try a different one. If you are not in a relationship yet, you get the beauty of choice. So if the energy dynamic I describe is one that you're interested in, stick around for the reading. If it's not, try a different one. But full breakdown of the reading in the intro. So any other questions, go there. So to start, we have romance. Lavish the one you love with personal attention and affection. We have death, or in this card it says immortality. We also have peace. And we have send me a text. And I have a surprise for you. This is really sweet. This is really sweet. For some of you, this relationship, for those of you that are in a long distance relationship, I think you found your group, or are in a relationship where you and your partner are at a distance right now in some way, you found your group. But also for some of you, if you are in a relationship, you may need to text your partner back and haven't, and this is serving as a little reminder, like, hey, respond. But for all of you, what I can really say is that this relationship is really sweet, and it's one where it's full of surprises. Like, I definitely, maybe one of you is more surprise focused, but both of you are very lovey-dovey with each other. I definitely think that any challenges or arguments are very few and far between, and there's a general focus on just having a peaceful, easygoing vibe between the two of you. I feel like it's really relaxed, and there's no, it's weird, like what I'm visualizing is, in terms of a relationship, there's no set structure. Like, you know how some people in their relationships, they fall into like specific patterns and like they act in different ways. Your relationship is very malleable, which I actually think is very supportive for it, because what I think this death card is really speaking to is changes that happen in your life will not be so detrimental that they harm the relationship. I feel like there are core elements of the relationship itself, things like affection, connection, peacefulness. I'm trying to think of a specific word and it's not coming through, and I'm frustrated. I wish there was a dictionary in my head. Just a general feeling of closeness that will be in your relationship no matter what. And even if you're feeling disconnected or not as close as you'd like to be, that is typically overcome quite easily. One thing that I really like about this as well is it seems like you guys, one of your love languages is just being able to talk to each other a lot. It seems like you guys really just like, you know, sending each other memes or little reels or just things that are on each other's minds. And I also think you guys know how to charm the pants off of each other. What I really love about the concept of romance in general is that what is romantic to someone what is considered romance to someone may be completely different to someone else. And what I really see highlighted here is that whatever is romantic to you, whatever would make your heart swoon, whatever is romantic to them and would make their heart swoon, that is the type of romance you're going to be experiencing. So if you are like a typical, like, oh, I want flowers, I want to be surprised, I want like that stuff, that's the thing you're getting. But if you're like, romance to me is watching a movie marathon of all of the Lord of the Rings movies, that's what you're getting. Like, I definitely think you both take an active interest in each other's interests and want to know more about them because you want to understand each other. I also think that this relationship is going to be very transformative in the sense that it is not like your past relationships. And for some of you, you're like, oh, thank God. And I think for others, even if your past relationships were overall positive experiences, I think the general ease of this relationship, and actually I think, well, let me rephrase that. I think keeping things good between the two of you is very easy, but the challenges that the challenges that your relationship may face, circumstances outside of it, that might be challenging. So the beautiful thing is that, you know, if there is, you know, for example, maybe you guys are long distance and you're not able to see each other as much as you would like, or you start long distance, that's definitely not going to be something that evolves into fights. If anything, it's going to make the contact that you do have a lot more intentional. And I think that it's going to make both of you very focused on ensuring that you're embracing the time that you do have and not losing sight of things and taking frustration out on each other or things like that. I don't really think that that is an issue for the two of you. I also think that you guys really enjoy almost, I think if there is any competitiveness between the two of you, it's almost competitiveness around how much can I surprise the other, give something to the other that will really knock their socks off. Like, I feel like you guys almost one up each other in terms of how good of a partner can I be. Like, I would say that birthdays and holidays are very fun, but also stressful for the two of you because you're like, oh, I have to top last year. And then also at the same time, you guys might even be like tight-lipped on things that you want or things like that because you want to get an edge. Like, no, I want to get you something better. I want to plan something better. Like, you guys have this really sweet desire to always keep the other guessing and surprise each other in really loving ways that move you very deeply, but are also like, oh, like I have to give something of that magnitude in return. Like, and it's not like oh, you literally have to, but it's like you guys definitely show your love for one another in these, I guess you could call them grand gestures, and they might seem like grand gestures to other people. But I think that they're not showy in the sense of they're about other people seeing them. It's more grand gestures in terms of just showing how much you care and how much you love them. Like, someone else might not even realize how much work or time went into a certain surprise or something like that, but you guys do. I also think that this relationship is one where it can be a just kind of relief from the chaos of the world. Like, everything else might be falling apart or everything else might be chaotic, but at least you and each other bring each other this sense of peace. And like I said, with that malleability aspect, I feel like no matter how the two of you change as individuals and no matter how circumstances require things to shift in your relationship, the core elements of it stay the same. You care about one another deeply. You prioritize quality time and spending meaningful time together. You do not have arguments for the sake of it. This is very much like, we don't see conflict as against each other. Conflict is just, hey, there's an issue that's keeping us from having this nice, easygoing, go with the flow relationship that we like. Let's tackle it together. I definitely think communication is prioritized, and I think that there's just a lot of conscientiousness between the two of you and sweetness, and I think that there are even like small little things will make your hearts flutter for each other, like leaving little notes or sending text messages that are just reminders of how you're thinking of each other and how you're caring about each other. And I just really love to see it. I definitely think that this relationship for the both of you will transform your expectations around love. Like, I think you will also have this type of relationship where when you're talking about it with other people, they're going to be like, well, that's not realistic. And you're going to be like, no, it is realistic. When you find someone that feels the same way that you do about them, when you find someone willing to put in that energy and effort, like that, like, I feel like you will realize how often people settle for the bare minimum or settle for something that isn't really, you know, nourishing or fulfilling emotionally. And I think you might actually inspire others to want more for themselves, and same with this person in their life. So speaking of this person, your current or future partner, let's go ahead and see who they are. So if this person sounds like you, that does not mean that you are going to date yourself. The only time that is true is if you genuinely believe that and push away any and all opportunities to make that happen. If you see qualities that you yourself have and it sounds like you, that just means that you and this person are similar in those ways. You might be very different in other ways, but the similarities being highlighted are there for a reason. So to start, we have the 6th house with sustainability. We have Chow Chow, dignified, honest, serious. We have the Ace of Wands, and it says, frog, you have all the time in the world. And we have idealism. So in terms of signs that I'm seeing here, and let me stress that they do not have to have these placements. We're looking at them as energies, but you can take them as confirmation. They could be an Aquarius sun or have Aquarius placements. They could be born in April, so they could have an Aries or Taurus sun. And we also have the Ace of Wands here, so fire signs, Aries again, Leo and Sagittarius could be significant, though, and Virgo with the 6th house could be significant as well, but they do not have to have those placements. We're reading energies, but if they serve as confirmation, take that. But also 11, 44, significant numbers. April 4th or January 1st could be significant. Maybe they were born on a day, or like maybe their birthday, or like the day that you meet them, or the day that you guys become a couple or have some sort of anniversary is like, you know, November 11th or December 12th or February 2nd. So it's like a repeating number. They could even have like a life path number that's a master number. So like 11, 22, 33. I really like this person's energy. They're really fun and they're a bundle of contradictions, but I can definitely see that they are somebody that marches to the beat of their own drum and they've figured out what works for them, and they're very much focused on what works for them, not what makes sense to other people. I definitely think that they are not, if they've ever been insecure about being different or have been ostracized for it, this person really healed from those experiences, and now they kind of are proud of the fact that they are different. This is somebody who is a bit eccentric, and they're serious about honoring their eccentricities. It's funny to have like serious here, but it is true, they are serious. Like a lot of people might judge them on a surface level for their behaviors, because for people that, you know, just are very judgmental or have a hard time understanding that people can just be different, their little linear boxed in mind doesn't know where to place your person. And so they might just think, oh, that person is weird, or, oh, they, I don't understand them. Like, but if you actually just pay attention and get to know this person, you see like so much more about them. Like, I just feel like this is somebody who has been judged unfairly and prematurely for like their appearance. Like maybe they have a lot of tattoos, or maybe they have dyed hair, or, you know, maybe they dress more alternatively, or maybe their eccentricities are not seen in how they present themselves, but rather how they speak to people, their general personality. You know, maybe their office is, or their cubicle, or their space is very different. Maybe they decorate their home in a very unique way. But I love that, and you will love this about them, because that is what makes them them. And also it's a real expression of them being loyal to and honoring the truth of who they are. They are very authentic, and I think that they have a very beautiful vision for what they want their life to look like. I think that they could have a very strong visual, they could just have a very keen eye in general. They could be really into aesthetics, or they could be very good at even like home design or decorating in some way. I just definitely think that they know what they do like and they know what they don't like, and they're very clear about that. And I also think that they don't really care if people, you know, don't take them seriously, because they're not paying attention. They take themselves seriously, and they're also very focused on their goals and what they're doing. This is someone who's really passionate about what they're here to do, and that might change all the time, but they are definitely somebody who puts their all into the things that they do commit to. And I also feel like with this idealism aspect here, the only time that they really truly get frustrated or seem to kind of feel jaded about humanity is when they can't seem to get through to people that they need to get through in order to make some greater goal happen, or they are unable to support others in being more authentic to themselves. And they feel like, why is it so hard for you? Like, just who cares what people think? Like, just let go. Like, because I think for this person, they have a really stable life. And you might think that, and what is stable for them might be complete chaos and instability for someone else, but it works for them. And this actually makes sense, because like, I'll use an example from my life. I don't have a sleep schedule. I could be working, I could wake up at 9 p.m. and work until noon the next day. But as long as I'm getting 9 hours of sleep, well, even that's kind of small. I need a lot of sleep. So I don't really put myself on a specific sleep schedule. But when I'm awake, I do the things I need to do, and then I sleep. So for other people, they're like, I don't know how you would do that. And I'd be like, yeah, it is kind of hard sometimes, because I need to get things done and everything's closed because it's 3 a.m. But everyone else's 3 a.m. is my 12 p.m. So now I gotta I just have to work around it. It is what it is. They're kind of like that in the sense that they honor their own rhythms. And, you know, of course they might have certain structures that they have to adhere to, but they have a system that works for them. Like, if they know that they need to sleep before they get a project done, they're going to do that, even if it's 2 p.m. Like, it seems like they have a very good idea of working outside of linear time to accomplish things. And sometimes that will look like them taking 2 weeks to accomplish something that would maybe take someone else an hour, but they know realistically it's not time to do it. I don't feel like doing it. I'm not going to do it. And then when it's time, they do it, and it's like, okay, move on. They're very good at not stressing themselves out about certain things. And I also think that this is someone who's very cheeky. Like, of course, they know how to be serious and how to be professional and things like that, especially if the environment calls for it. But I feel like even then they find ways to work around it and like insert their own personality. Like, they're definitely somebody who has their own distinct sense of self that is incredibly unique. And I definitely think that if you are that way too, that's something that you guys will be really drawn to each other over. I also think that this is somebody who does not stick around in situations that are suffocating to their soul. The only way they will is if it's a stepping stone to something they truly deeply want. So they will stay in certain circumstances if there's an ulterior motive and it's a temporary thing. But if there's somewhere where they can't be themselves, they aren't being appreciated, they're not able to match their own inner rhythms, they will leave. I do think, though, that there are times where their expectations of what humanity can accomplish are not as, are maybe a bit higher than what's realistic. But I think that's honestly kind of a beautiful thing about them, is that they see the best in people and they see the best in what humanity can be, and they never stop striving for a greater ideal that that they envision in their head. I also think too, they're very creative. They can be very expressive too. I definitely think that they are somebody who does not beat around the bush. I feel like if anything, like, they're not very good at lying. but there may be times where they don't want to be honest because they don't want to hurt someone's feelings. But then it's like they almost can't help it. Like their actions itself kind of reveals it themselves. So like this person is pretty honest by nature, but if someone was gonna ask like, do you think the feng shui in the room is right, they might be like, and then the person be like, it's okay, you can tell me, I can tell you think no, and then they'd be like, oh, okay, like, yeah, I think you should tweak some things here. But they have good intentions. They're honestly a really nice person, and I think what I love most, I just realized I didn't change this to number 4, they respect themselves, and they don't need other people's respect because they respect themselves. And I think a lot of people honestly are probably, they don't even realize this themselves, but they're very jealous of this person because this person has a sense of freedom of expression that they do not, because they are unwilling to allow themselves that. And another thing that I will say is that this person has done a lot of inner exploration. They're very self-aware, and they have no issues taking accountability when they need to on their end. Also with Chow Chow here, they could be Chinese or have Chinese ancestry because the Chow Chow comes from China. They do not have to be though. That's just a little extra thing. I'm trying to think if I see anything else. But they're definitely someone who, they're very fun to be around, and actually very, it will feel very liberating to be around them because you know you can just be yourself. And if anything, the only thing that's not allowed around them is pretending to be something that you're not or trying to hide yourself. They're definitely somebody who encourages people to come out of their shell. And I think that I hesitate to use words like introverted and extroverted because I think that you can be charismatic. They're charismatic. That's what it is. They might be an introvert in the sense that socialization drains them, but they are very charismatic and they can put themselves out there like nobody's business. And I feel like too, they've learned to kind of quiet that part of themselves that's like, oh, what if I look stupid? Because they kind of just realize, who cares? Who cares if I look stupid? Like, yeah, I'm wearing a beanie from 15 years ago. Like, I don't care. Like, it is kind of stupid, but I like it and I'm happy and I feel good in it. Like, they're self-aware enough to not take themselves too seriously, but they also will not take people disrespecting them. And that's actually one thing I do like, is that this person isn't afraid of confrontation, but how they handle that confrontation is different depending on whether or not they like you and they're in your friend circle. So like, this is the type of person that's going to stand up for other people. You know, and if, like, for example, if they were working in an office and there's an office bully, this person is going to be a menace to that bully because like they're gonna mess with them, they're gonna challenge them. You know, when the office bully says something that's really shady, they're gonna be like, what did you mean by that? Like, they're definitely someone who has cojones and is not afraid to challenge the absurd aspects of human existence and human social behavior that we all just adhere to because that's how it is. Like, this is someone who challenges conventions and challenges the status quo. And some people like that and some people don't. I like it. I think you're pretty lucky, Pile 4, because this is somebody that's not going to just blindly follow rules or blindly follow the way things should be. They're focused on, well, no, what works best for us? What works best for you? Like, that's what they truly care about. And their whole focus is around what works, not what is right. The idea of right is thrown out of the window. And instead, it's just, it either is supportive for the life I'm creating or it isn't. It's supportive for the life we're creating or it isn't. And I think that they're very progressive in their thinking. I don't mean that politically, though I would say it is more likely that they are progressive in their thinking just based on the personality type we see here. However, I meant just progressive in the sense that they have like future and forward ideas and openness to ideas that just in general people might be like, I can't even see how that would work, or like, where did you even come up with that? Like, I definitely think that if they are in charge of like, if they do something creative like writing or art or things like that, like I feel like their ideas and the way that they do things are very different from the mainstream, and they're open to ideas that are very different, which allows them to come up with really cool things. Also, I just heard, for some of you, this could be confirmation for some of you, this person could have been kicked out of art school because they were unwilling to conform to the rules, and they could have like hated it. That's obviously a very specific message, but it was so strong I had to say it. So let's go ahead. Actually, it makes so much sense now you guys chose this deck for them, or your group is this deck, because I feel like this deck really fits them. Because I mean, it does follow the traditional Rider-Waite structure, but it's still very unique and it has its own flair. Like because this person can be stubborn. But the beautiful thing is at least by the time you guys are in a relationship together, they are not so stubborn they're obtuse. Like their stubbornness is more so, I'm not going to stop doing what works for me because you think it's the right way is different. They're willing to change something or do something differently if it's not sustainable or if it doesn't work. And I also think, speaking of work in general, they like to do things that are supportive to others. I do feel like they are very conscientious of other people. And I also think that this is someone who may have famous friends or friends that are very powerful, but they themselves have no interest in any of that. But they do like, I feel like they almost collect friends, and they have lots of different friends everywhere. And they really enjoy like just the wide, weird net of people they've met and almost like collected. Like I would be willing to bet if this person throws parties, the guest list is very interesting and very varied. So while I'm shuffling, if you are enjoying this reading, thank you so much for leaving me a like or letting the ads play for 30 seconds, because that is enough to support me. So thank you to everyone who does that. But also, if you're interested, we are doing an extended where we're going to Spicetown and Sweet Beach. So we're going to be looking at things like how your relations with each other will deepen or evolve your bond. We're going to look at things like what their favorite thing about being intimate with you is and how they would describe your biblical relations. And we're also going to look at things like why their heart chose you and what you have or will teach them about love, depending on whether they're in your life or not, and just really fun things like that. They've been really fun to do, and we're not going to be doing these very often, so definitely take advantage of that if you've been one of the ones asking me like, where did extendeds go? Yeah, a lot of fun. I'm a lot more vulgar over there if you enjoy that, but if not, I'm just grateful you're here, grateful to be reading for you. Actually really shocked at the good shuffles I'm getting today. All right, so we're going to start by looking at what is a green flag this person has. So if you're already with them, this will just be further confirmation of who this is. Maybe you can even back it up and say like, yep, this is something about them. Or if you haven't met them yet, this green flag could help be confirmation to know who this person is. So what is a green flag group number 4's current or next partner will have? Okay. So we have Temperance and the Ace of Swords. This person, one green flag that this person has is that they're loyal to truth, not ideology. They love learning, and actually they love being wrong, because being wrong is almost this like, it's almost mental masochism is the word that I'm hearing, which I believe sadism is when you like hurting other people. Masochism is when you like being hurt, correct? Because it's the one where they like being hurt, but not literally like, they don't like being hurt. They like realizing when they're wrong because it's liberating in the sense that it just like opens their mind to a different reality. Like they do not want to be attached to ideas that are quote unquote wrong or that are not supporting the full picture. This is definitely someone who's interested in things like philosophy. They're interested in learning and growing. And I definitely think that they, like I've already said, they do march to the beat of their own drum. But I also think that they are someone who's really patient and very straightforward. So like, if you first meet them and are immediately interested in them, but they're not ready for a relationship yet, they'll be like straight up. They'll be like, look, I'm really interested in you too. I really like you too. I don't know if I'm ready for a relationship yet. I'm happy to see where things go, but also maybe we should do things in accordance with your boundaries, because I don't want to put either of us in a position we're not comfortable with yet. I also think too, when it comes to like intimacy in general, they're going to be very clear and want to know what what you're ready for, what you're not ready for. I also think too, this is somebody who's very good at asking questions about you and actually listening. They're very curious. They are easy to talk to. That's a big thing. They're very easy to talk to. And I think that they have the ability to really understand people in a way where if you're explaining something, they're going to ask you specific questions related to it so that they can get a deeper understanding of what you're talking about. I also think too, they're very easygoing when it comes to communication. So like, if you take a long time to respond, like they're not going to take offense to that. They're probably like painting some weird shit on their ceiling anyway, and they're preoccupied. So it's just like, oh, cool. Hey, happy to hear from you when they do. But they're also not like, oh my God, like, why is the group texting me back? What do they hate me? Like, if they had insecurities like that in the past, they've worked through them, and they're very comfortable in their own skin. And actually, it's kind of funny to them when other people project their own insecurities onto this person, because they're like, they see clearly, but they also don't use that clarity and weaponize it against someone else. They're very secure in who they are, and they're very chill, and they don't really care about how they're perceived, because like they know who they are. And I feel like if anything, they kind of enjoy getting people to become more self-aware themselves. So they love learning about people, and they will definitely be full of questions for you and asking you things all the time. And once you're in a relationship, like, you know, they're going to ask things like, have I been meeting your needs? Like, how are you feeling? Like, is there anything going on that you haven't been talking about? Like, they just want to know everything. Like, this is someone who wants to know about your day, and they want to know about the details that most people would be like, oh my gosh, like you could skip over that. Like, they're almost going to be upset if you don't give them the details. Like, they want you to paint them a picture of your day. What were you feeling and sensing in that moment? What were you experiencing? They're definitely a very visual person for sure. And I also think too, they love learning, and they are always somebody who will learn from their mistakes. And when they get some sort of truth that requires them to change, they're going to do it. They may not be able to do it overnight, but they're going to do what they can to find balance. And I also think too, this is somebody who is not going to be demanding of you in ways where, you know, if like, let's say there's a long distance situation here, and because for some of you there is, they are not going to be like, well, you have to move here. Or, but they're also not going to tolerate, you know, their partner being like, well, you have to do this and you have to do that. They would be like, no, let's meet halfway. Let's do something else. Like, they're definitely somebody where I feel like they want to make things as equal and fair as possible. But I also think they are willing to go above and beyond when they know it's truly meaningful for someone. So I also think they just have a really good sense of humor. And I also think that there is a spiritual component to how they treat people. And they may not even believe in anything. They may not consider themselves spiritual. But I see this as spiritual because I think that they just have a recognition that we're all people. We're all truly the same. Like, there's a humbleness to them where they, you know, try to treat people with love and kindness generally. Sometimes they have fun and mess with people, but it's usually people like the office bully or someone that's just acting a fool, and they're doing it to kind of just make that person look dumb. It actually makes me think of, if you've ever seen The Office, which I know a lot of you have, it makes me think of like, their energy kind of reminds me of Daryl, because Daryl is like really nice and really easygoing, but he doesn't tolerate people, you know, being disrespectful to him. But at the same time, when an idiot is disrespecting him, like Michael or something like that, he just makes fun. Like, he just does things to make Michael look worse, and like uses it to his own enjoyment and to like make his buddies laugh and like make other people laugh that are in on it. Like, he's got a sense of confidence and self-worth that allows him to not get emotionally affected by idiots being idiots. But they also are not going to put up with disrespect. I really like that about them. Okay, so next let's look at how you two will evolve together. So how will group 4 and their current future partner evolve together once they are in this relationship? I definitely think I feel like this is going to happen more so on your end than their end. But I feel like in general, a lot of whenever you guys do get stuck in your head, your relationship is going to help the both of you get out of that. Whenever there's something you're too afraid to open up about, you guys are going to create an environment where you can have those conversations. And any people-pleasing elements are definitely going to disappear in this relationship. I guess maybe this person has so many dynamic qualities, I didn't really see it, but there are times where they do get stuck in their head still, and they do overthink, and maybe they're, you know, them diving into projects and doing a bunch of different things is a way to kind of cope with that. But I feel like at the same time, they don't get as affected with rumination and getting stuck in their head maybe the way that you do. But also, I do think that maybe for both of you, there has been a general fear of just like opening up to a person, committing to a person, and seeing where that goes. And so I feel like you guys will kind of face intimacy fears together and face fears around whatever you hold back out of fear of what would happen if you shared it. Pretty straightforward. Okay, so let's see something unique about this relationship that Spirit wants to highlight. So what is something really special about this relationship, Spirit, that you want pile 4 to know about? Oh, I love this. We have the King of Wands. So I definitely think that this relationship will give you both tons of confidence. And I also think that this relationship will be a powerful catalyst into both of you taking the lead in your own lives in ways where you just have more conviction and courage to go after things maybe you wouldn't if you didn't have your partner by your side. It's kind of like you both give one another just this feeling of support and security that reminds each other like, hey, like you've got this, you can do it. Like you have a cheerleader by your side for both of you. I also think though this relationship prioritizes things like humor. I also think if you consider yourself socially awkward, I think that you will let go of that label once you are in a relationship with this person, because I think you will naturally develop a charisma when you're not being so self-conscious. And that actually, there is truth to that. Like a lot of social awkwardness can be just stemming from the fact that you're in your head, or you feel insecure, you can't just like let go and be yourself. And I think the element of being able to do that in your relationship and feeling comfortable around your partner will allow you in random social environments to be more charismatic than you would be, because you're not so in your head and you feel comfortable. Because you're like, you know, maybe you're in a place you've never been before, but it's like, who cares what these people think of me? Like I have my partner and they love me. And then what you find is that people really love who you are. They enjoy your personality. They're like, wow, you know, group number 4 is so funny or so outgoing. And you might be like, oh no, I'm a huge introvert, I don't like people. And people would be like, okay, well maybe you should, because like people seem to like you. I also think too though that you both just shine more brightly because of the way that you love each other, the way that you feel loved. And also I think that the way that you guys envision the future really changes once you come together and you feel more confident in your future, because it's like ideas that maybe you never thought could be possible, or ideas that maybe you never even envisioned, there's now a clear pathway to them, and it's really exciting. I think in general you guys are grabbing life by the balls and making things happen together and separately, where it's just like you guys are kind of unstoppable. And this is really big like power couple energy, and it's not power for the sake of having it, it's power in order to get to the goals that you want to accomplish, to make the changes you want to see, to have the experiences you've always dreamed of. It's doing things for the sake of something satiating to your soul. I really like that. So now let's see how others will see you as a couple or do see you as a couple. So, okay, coming out very quickly. People will see you guys as very generous, but also I think this is funny too, because in all the groups there has been some level of like jealousy or like almost envy or curiosity. people will recognize that it's harder to get your attention and your person's attention once you guys are in a relationship, because I think you guys are just going to spend a lot of time together and then also be focused on your separate goals and pursuits. But also, I feel like people will be like, why can't I have a relationship like that? Like, they're gonna want to understand why you guys are the way that you are. And I also think that if the people around you are in relationships themselves that are not working out or that they're not satisfied in, their ability to pretend like that's not the case dissipates a lot when you guys are around, because the way that you guys just mesh so well together and enjoy being in each other's presence makes them have to question, like, why isn't my relationship like that? And like, why doesn't my partner treat me that way? Like, why wouldn't they do that? But also, people see you guys as very generous and very fun to be around. Like, you guys are probably, like, if you guys live together, like, you guys are probably the place where people go when they need to crash. Like, you guys are probably the ones that are happy to help the people around you. But I also think as well, it just might be hard to get your guys' attention sometimes because you're focused on each other, focused on yourselves, just immersed in your own world. But I definitely think people want what you guys have, and they'll also see as well that you guys have a pretty even, like, a pretty well balanced relationship with like decent give and take. And I think for other people that aren't very self-aware, they might be like, why don't I have that? Like, I want that. Like, one thing you guys might experience as well is people like flirting with you or flirting with your partner, and trying to, like, you know, get their grubby little fingers, like try to drive a wedge between the two of you. But I don't see that happening. If anything, you guys will probably be oblivious to it. Like, one of you might be leaving a party and they're like, could you tell that, like, they were flirting with you? And you'd be like, really? I had no idea. Like, you're just not even paying attention to it. Love to see it. I think they also see you guys as well as, like, just very generous in general and, like, charitable. Like, they could just see, oh my god. Okay, well, I guess we can also say, due to my smoke alarm, multiple smoke alarms being tripped, people think you're a smoking hot couple. And apparently a couple that can disrupt my nervous system. Gosh, I hate when those go off. But for obvious reasons, I blew out the candles. That would be a first for that happening, but I guess you never know. We were going to move into charms anyway, so we are going to look at letters and numbers relevant to your connection, as well as signs, symbols, any confirmation, all of that jazz. Oh my gosh. Okay, desk phones going everywhere. I literally waited like a half an hour so I could defrazzle, and I'm getting refrazzled by just the sheer chaos. Okay. Yeah, I think people are also just frazzled at, like, why don't I have a relationship like that? Anyway, group number 4 and their person. Spirit. What letters or numbers are relevant to group number 4 and their person, please? Okay. And then got my eyes closed. Headphone users, you might want to turn the volume down because this could be loud. Would have been nice if I had a word like that. I say passive aggressively to my smoke detector. I just, yeah, ultimate terrible loud noise. Okay, group number 4, spirit, what signs, guidance, symbols are relevant to group 4? So, that's not very many. Let me grab 2 more. There we go. That's better. All right. Let me make sure there's nothing. Last time I missed something in group 3s. Okay. Looks like we're good though. So, we have lots of letters. We have an N. Someone's, like, grandma could be significant because I see Nan, like someone's Nan. Or non bread. Oh, I love non bread. It's so good. We also have 2 3s and 2 8s. So 1988 could be significant. March 8th could be significant. 38, 38, or 333 and 888. We also have the letter G. I thought I saw the word gang, but I don't. I was like, oh yeah, you guys have your own little gang together, but we have 2 N's. I also see like Angela, Angie, Angelo. And we also have the name Anne. Also Jean. We could do Jean with the 3s. Eugene. Let me know if you see anything there. But we have the Moon card. So I wanted to start off with, this might be a sign or a message for you that you may have a hard time knowing when or how this person is going to come in if you haven't met them yet, or circumstances around a goal that you're trying to achieve together might not be clear to you. And I feel like that is guidance to be patient and trust and try not to jump to immediate conclusions because things aren't clear right now for a reason. I also think that if you feel like there is anything that is preventing you from bringing this person in, I would say look at what your fears are around being loved, around being intimate. And you might think I don't have any, but really think about like, what if they were at your front door? What if they were right in front of you? Pay attention to things like that. I also think too, there's kind of an encouragement here on your end. I think actually this might even be related to things in your life in general. You may be encouraged not to make any impulsive decisions at this time because there could just be things up in the air. But also, I think you're being encouraged as well to try to stay grounded. And if you are being clouded by a lot of fear energy, I feel like you're being encouraged to kind of take time out and not force yourself to make any extreme or rash decisions. But we also have this gold ring here. So yeah, I definitely serious levels of commitment highlighted. You and this person could exchange rings or things like that together. But I also think that no matter what happens between you and them, I always think of the song we used to sing in Girl Scouts that says, "A circle is round, it has no end, that's how long I want to be your friend." So I definitely think that there will be no end to the love and compassion you have for each other no matter what happens. And I think that that really reinforces that Death card where, you know, things may change, but, you know, this Death card says immortality. So I definitely think that there are aspects of like, either this could be like you guys stay together for as long as you live, or you could, no matter what happens, you know, whether you guys grow together or decide to move forward on your own journeys at some point in the long-term future, there's going to be deep amounts of love and respect for each other. And like, it would definitely not be something that ends on bad or poor terms. It would be something that, and I can't say what does happen. It might be different for all of you. But I do think that the love that you have for one another is endless. And if things were going to end, it would be because that would be the more loving thing to do for the both of you. And you would be in mutual agreement of that, and probably mutual agreement of how sad and hard that would be. I definitely think the both of you have this really golden connection together where, you know, gold doesn't tarnish. And so I feel like you guys have this type of connection where you can pick back up where you left off, and it's really it's just a really lovely, gentle, breezy connection between the two of you. Also, I just heard and saw Angola, so Angola could be a significant place. That is a place, right? Pretty sure it is. I'm like 99% sure it is. My pronunciation of it might be incorrect, but that's a whole other thing. We also have I Love Autumn. So the name Autumn could be significant. Or maybe you'll meet this person in the autumn, or, you know, just that autumn season is significant. Maybe you'll be planting seeds in the autumn that lead to a relationship. Acorns could be significant. I definitely think even too, this could be talking about like you might only see this person as a friend at first, or things might start out really unassuming and then grow into something really big and special, like the way an acorn starts out as an acorn, but then it can turn into a big giant oak tree. Or like, yeah, if this is a long distance thing, you guys might be under the assumption that like, oh, you know, we can't be together because of visa things or distance things. And then you find out, oh no, maybe we're actually just going to figure out how to make it work. And you become really solid as a result. We also have this little poupée. And this always makes me think of the Fool. Because there's a little white dog in the Fool card. I don't know if there's one in this deck, but there is one in the traditional Rider-Waite deck. And that to me just symbolizes that this relationship will be a brand new beginning for the both of you. I think it will be a much needed new beginning. And it just could be signifying that in order to come together, or when you do come together in a formal commitment, it will be a brand new beginning for the both of you, and a really exciting, lighthearted time where there's a lot of newness. And also with the dog here, like, that to me says that there's a lot of loyalty between the two of you. And I think that and if you just think about like the unbridled joy and love that a dog has when they see someone that they love, like I feel like that's kind of how you guys are with each other, which I love to see. And we also have love with the heart, so definitely a very loving relationship. And I think that for both of you, you might be in denial of your feelings around each other, and it's going to be your hearts that really show you, like the way that your heart races when you're about to see them, or the way that your heart swells when they look at you, and the way that you can't seem, like your heart just seems to circle back to them, and you just, no matter how hard you try, it just seems like, you know, there's a reason why love is calling to you. I mean, I definitely just think this is a really very loving relationship where you're in one another's hearts. And I definitely think that love is what guides your decisions around each other. And that's like actually a very important thing for the two of you. You care about what's best for each other and put the other first in a way where it's like, well, I'm not okay with making a decision, you know, if you're going to suffer through it, like, don't do it for the benefit of me. Like, you guys are very selfless with each other. And I think that's really beautiful. I also have the gumball machine. So I think, once again, this is a sign of a lot of surprises that are to come. And I think that no matter what, and I always see the gumball machine as blessings, but they're unique to each of you. You don't know what these blessings are going to look like or how they'll manifest, but I do think that what ends up manifesting, what blessings do come to you, they're going to be very supportive and nurturing for the relationship. And I think what you'll find too is sometimes when things seem really challenging, either like, you know, for example, if you're at a distance, like how can you guys come together? Or if you guys are trying to do something together, like trying to move in together, you might find that there are certain blessings that make that process easier, or there are blockages in the way that you then realize were actually a blessing leading you to something better. Like, you know, maybe the apartment that you're trying to get fell through, and then you find out a week later that like the most perfect apartment ever gets on the market, and it's like everything you guys could have ever wanted, and it's, you know, $10,000 or euros or whatever currency you have cheaper, and everything is better. Maybe there's no HOA, which is like a huge perk, like, and things like that, where it's like a way better deal, and you're like, oh wow, I'm so glad that other thing fell through, like this is way better. And finally, we have to travel is to live. So I definitely think that even if you guys aren't at a distance, you will travel together. I think that also you guys will even explore life differently together. Like, you'll just be more adventurous in general. You'll try new things. And I also think you might travel different states of consciousness together. And truthfully, I don't even really know what that means. I guess if it's meant for you, you'll know what it means, or you'll understand what it means when it's time. But I definitely think in general, travel will be a big part of your relationship, and you guys will really enjoy exploring new places and making new friends in new places. And I think people will be very interested in you guys and want to know more about you. So, and if you are in a long distance relationship, I think that this is just a beautiful sign that the distance is not an inhibitor. And in fact, I think it might be something that you guys make the best of and use as an excuse to meet each other halfway or travel different places. I mean, that's what Kino and I do, since, you know, we're usually on opposite corners of the earth. We just meet in other places, and it's fun. But actually, she's coming to Ohio soon, and I'm really excited. But yeah, that wasn't necessarily relevant. But group number 4, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. I'm going to head over into your extended now, but if you are leaving me here, thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you so much for letting my ads play for at least 30 seconds, because that is just what helps support me and let me be able to continue doing this. And just shows appreciation, but like also liking the video, commenting down below, letting me know how it resonates, especially if you're already in this relationship. That's really helpful. You can subscribe if you haven't already. You can click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. I will say YouTube is a little bit iffy with notifications, and sometimes they're iffy with even letting my videos show up, so you do have a better chance of seeing them when you have notifications on. You can check out my candles. Clearly they're powerful. You can check out my merch, my social media, all that other jazz. Of course, use code ASO10 for 10% off. But that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching. And you can watch other videos. You can share me with friends, send me love, send me a tip. My Cashapp app is palehag. Yeah, but that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I really hope you enjoyed this reading. I love you guys so much, and I hope you all will come back and see me again soon. Bye!